Okay,
All right.
thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today is Friday, April 16th, and this is a public hearing, a meeting of the Maine Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I will ask you tell you that we are assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation during this public hearing. Before we get started, I want to share some information to you about this meeting. But before I do that, I skipped the whole part about introducing ourselves and establishing a quorum. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32, which encompasses Dayton, Alfred, Lyman, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and Biddeford. I will recognize my co-chair, Representative Warren.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and committee. Thank you. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Dixfield, Canton, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru, and where it looks like we're probably going to get snow here shortly.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt.
Morning. My name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent the ocean end of South Portland, District 31. Thank you.
Good. Representative Costain. He seems to have stepped away from his video. Okay, I'll recognize Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Rudnicki.
Hi, I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And I'm home today, zooming in from home. Okay. So I say it is convenient to be able to do that. Thank you.
And I apologize, Senator Serway. I missed you completely. So Senator Serway.
That's okay. Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Serway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you very much. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Yes, good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne, and I'm the lone person in the committee room today.
Oh. And so that's why you're not wearing your mask. Okay, thank you. Representative Lookner.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland along Congress Street from 295 to the airport, roughly.
Thank you. I believe I've called on everybody. We're still waiting for Representative Costain, which he's here for sure. I'd also like to introduce our policy analyst, Jane Orbiton, who usually waves. There she is. And our committee clerk, Deb Fahey, is with us. And you'll notice in that box, the LD, that's the first, there's gonna be an adjustment, I'm sorry. Let me, in the schedule, I had it. I just moved the first we're gonna see Ms. Fahey is LD 513. That's the adjustment to the agenda is the first one we're gonna have.
Okay, just to let you know that Representative Bell is here also. He was the first to arrive today.
I would defer to, I'm going to follow on my Representative Warren. We have our member, Representative Reckett is also, she would be the first one today. And I apologize to Representative Bell. I was unaware of that when I told Representative Reckett.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
where Representative Reckert, unless is going to be with us all day, and where Representative Bell is already here, I would just say that we.
Number two, yes, I totally agree with you. I would defer to Representative Reckett since it was her request. Will you be here all day or at least this morning to come back or be second, Representative Reckett?
I'm in another committee right this second, doing work sessions and votes. That's why I'm trying to do it right now and get it out of the way so I can focus on what my duty is in the other committee.
If
I'll be here in the afternoon, but yeah,
If I may cut in for a second, the difference is that Representative Reckett planned ahead and reached out to us and said, may I please go first? I have work in other committees. In the same way that Representative McCray reached out and said, may I please go last? I have other committees. I apologize to Representative Bell. If he needed to go first, and in the future, if folks need to go first, they should reach out to us. Otherwise, we just don't know. And Representative Reckett did ask to go first because she's got a crazy day. I'd like us to honor the request, the commitment we made to her.
All right, so the agenda is 513 followed by LD 400. Then it will be LD 1092. And last will be 505. All right. And thank you, Representative Warren. So we do have a quorum, and that I wish to also advise you that this meeting is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant, that's all of us here, in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. Zoom meeting, people who wish to testify are called attendees and are in the waiting room. You cannot be seen or heard until we call you upon to speak. So before each bill, after the presenter has testified, I will ask those in support, please raise your hand and we'll bring you in and so forth. This meeting is being recorded and is available for view on the committee's YouTube channel shortly after the meeting has concluded. So let me we've done that. And I just want to explain to people who may be new in a public hearing, each bill will be heard today. There are 4 in public hearing for this morning. I will call on the sponsors and co-sponsors to speak first. I will also ask if there are any legislators who wish to speak as you've heard, have other meetings to attend. After the presentation, we will call on members of the public based on how they may have registered to testify. For example, 1, you will be asked those in support to speak first. After that, I will ask those who are in opposition of the bill. And then thirdly, anyone who is neither for nor against, but has testimony to present. I will ask you to please state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you represent, if any. All presenters, I should say public who wish to testify, you will be on a 3-minute clock. And if you go over, I will gently remind you and we can proceed. So thank you very much. If there are no questions of the committee, I will proceed. The first one we have is LD 513. the title of which is an act regarding the membership on the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy and its Complaint Review Committee. And that is Representative Lois Rickett.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep, very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, my fellow members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Lois Scalgay-Reckett, and I am the representative of District 31 in South Portland. Before I begin my brief presentation on the substance of my proposed bill, I want to tell you why I submitted such a bill. What could I possibly know about the Maine Criminal Justice Academy? Were I one of you at this moment, I might wonder the same thing. I spent 37 years of my life as the executive director of Family Crisis Services. Our agency was one of the first comprehensive domestic violence services programs in Maine, beginning in 1978. Family Crisis Services, from its earliest days, had a strong working relationship with many of the police agencies in our jurisdiction. One of those departments, from our earliest beginnings, was the Portland Police Department, where Family Crisis Services for decades now has had an outreach office housed within the department. Partly as a result of those efforts and my own decades of work on issues impacting the criminal justice system, I was invited to join the board of directors of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. I subsequently served there for 15 years. I believe I was the second female civilian to serve on that body. Linda Smithers of Strong, now unfortunately passed away, was the very first. During that time, I watched the Academy grow in competence and begin its moves toward modernization and away from militancy. I applaud those efforts that I trust are continuing. However, part of those efforts, especially in today's era of public scrutiny, must be increased citizen oversight. That belief was the impetus for this bill. That and the belief held by both myself and the Academy director, I believe, that there is way too much work to handle on that crucial committee with current members. From that observation comes part one of my bill, which I consider the critical part. Having seen the various proposals that followed my own initiative, I also now believe that any consideration of part two of my bill should not be done except in the context and together with the various other proposals being suggested today. So I'm asking you to delete consideration of section 2 and consider section 1 of the bill as the bill in toto. Thank you so much for your attention.
I'm going to ask you a question, Representative Reckett. You stated you want to delete section 2?
That's the one that increases the number of people on the
Yes.
Academy board. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Representative Reckett? Representative Renicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Rickett, adding a person to the board, because I don't know how that particularly works, but is there a fiscal note that goes, is there a cost to adding a member?
I don't believe there is, but I'm also asking you not to do that. I'm only asking to add a person to the complaint committee, which would come from the existing board members.
No, I need that for now. Just leave it alone.
Okay,
That's stuff
so
I can
I'm
do.
confused because I thought you said section 2 was what you wanted to, because I'm looking at the bill and I thought it was
I'm sorry, I got it
adding
backwards. Oh, thank you, Representative Radecki, for catching me. No, it's the other way around. I wanted section 2 to be the one that is the bill and section 1 to be eliminated.
Okay.
Sorry. It's been a
Okay,
crazy
so you
morning
want to
already.
add
I want to
members-
add 2 members to the
just to
complaint
confirm.
committee, so that's section 2. And there would be no cost because those people are already on the Academy board. The section 1 might well, but that's not, I do not wish section 1 to be adopted. So sorry for the confusion.
Thank you.
Thanks for catching me.
I have Representative Pickett has his hand up. No, you just muted yourself. Thank you.
I'm unmuted, I think. Thank you. Thank you, Representative Record, for bringing this the bill forward. And I'm glad to hear that you're concentrating on the Complaint Review Committee. After having a number of conversations with them on another bill that I'm working on, I know that is an area right there of concern for the Academy and for the Board of Trustees because of the backlog of stuff they have and these volunteers that are working on those complaints. So it's my understanding then is that you would be comfortable with this bill by striking the bill, all of the bill except for that one section, and adding, changing the amount of members who serve on the Complaint Review Committee from 3 to 5. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I do want to thank you for your years of service on the Board of Trustees. I know there were a lot of years. I think I may have been in there once or twice while you were there with a couple of issues. Thank you very much.
If I could point out the thing that when I met with the director of the Academy and with the commissioner about this bill back in December, it was clear that from the Academy director that there were 60 or 70 complaints a year, and that is way too much for 3 volunteers to cover. So the intent was to spread the work out with other civilian members of the board of or non-sworn officer board members of the Academy.
Yeah, yes, and that was the conversation with the chair, Mr. Pellerin, and the former chair, Tom Peters. They had that same concern.
Representative Morales, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Reckett, this is more, I just don't know the answer of the structure of the Academy and the Board of Trustees. Could you just briefly describe how it's made up, who is on the Criminal Justice Academy Board, how many civilians, how are they chosen? Are there geographical areas? Are there areas of interest?
They're essentially areas of function that are covered by the Academy. For instance, there's somebody from, or at least was when I was there was someone from the game wardens was on the Academy board. The Commissioner of Public Safety is on the board. There are, I believe, a municipal officer. There is, I can't remember. It's been 5 or 6 years since I've been on the board, but there are 18 people, I believe, and they're spread out over a wide variety of pieces. It depends on how you look at civilian members of the board. I was a civilian member. Linda Smithers was a civilian member. Later, Elizabeth Ward Saxel from Sexual Assault Services actually came on the board as I was leaving. So I think there was an intent to keep the violence against women focused there. There was sometimes the people who are represented are not sworn and never were sworn officers. There's an education representative. There's it's just my brain is not going to pull up 18 different kinds, but it's a lot of different kinds of people. And they're chosen, they're frankly voted on by I believe the legislature has to okay them, but they get nominated by the governor at the recommendation, I believe, of the commissioner and the Academy director. And then they have to come probably to this committee. I'm not sure about that, though. I can't remember whether I don't think I ever did come to this committee for confirmation. So I think it's less formal than some of our other processes. But basically, it's a wide variety of people and with a wide variety of talents, frankly. And the complaint committee is chosen from that group. And as I say, for decades, it's been 3 people. And but the level of complaints, I believe, has risen over the years. And so it's a huge amount of work when a complaint comes in. And these people are very conscientious. I mean, Linda Smithers was like the dean. She was the chair of the complaint committee for a very long time. And I think that it's just really important that we have enough people power to process those complaints in a responsible manner.
Yeah. Could I have one follow-up, Senator?
Yes, go ahead.
In you know, the sort of the frame of reference for these kinds of professional complaints, I always go to the professional licensing boards.
Mhm.
And when I practiced, you know, that kind of law, I remember there being many more professionals who were serving on those boards than 3. So I think that is probably something that is needed. But, you know, upwards of 6, 7, 8 professionals who worked on every complaint, whether it be for a dentist, for a land surveyor, architect, or an engineer, or, you know, social worker. There were many more people to do that work.
Yeah. Your
I-
initial statement, or did you have a question at the beginning that I?
Yeah, I mean, is it similar to the professional boards? Is that how you're sort of designing it, looking at it?
Well, it is actually the professional licensing review board for the academy. I mean, if the complaint committee decides that the complaint is legitimate and they bring that finding to the academy board, then there is a process that begins to decertify officers. So that's I can't remember who, I know the final authority of decertification is with the board, but I think the complaint committee would bring a recommendation to that effect.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Reckett, I want to just be very clear. First of all, Section 1 does identify who is on there. There's 18 members.
Right.
But now I'm going down to your Section 2, number 1, the committee. Currently, there are 3 people. You're asking for 2 more. So of the 2, you're saying 2 of the members must be citizen members. So the 2 members you're going to add to the 3 already, you're asking that they both be citizen members?
No, because right now there is 1 citizen member, and I've never known a time when there wasn't one. So it's essentially adding a second citizen representative to the
but-
committee.
2 years from now, this rule is going to say 2 of them must be citizens, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now I'm looking back at Section 1. It clearly states that of the 18 currently, 3 citizens, each of whom is not or never has been a sworn member of law enforcement, correct?
Right.
All
There
right.
are more citizen members than that, because some of the people who are in the other roles that are
Yes.
articulated are not sworn officers.
Yep. That's what I want to be very clear about, because on the bill, you look at line 10, an educator would be considered a citizen, correct?
Yes. Yes.
So plus there are 3 other citizens that could have been Miss Saxel or yourself or someone who's involved. Okay.
And I
All
think there is more than the educator, but I'd have to look at the current list, and perhaps I know that the director of the academy is planning on testifying, and he would know that information off the top of his head.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I would add he's not testifying in favor because he doesn't like the same section that I've just asked to have removed. So I don't know whether he's going to change what he's doing, but that's the deal.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions of Representative Reckett? I don't see anybody. I would also like to recognize Representative Costain, who has joined us. Would you please identify yourself, Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I had to step out for a minute. I'm from District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corona. Thank you very much.
So I will ask if there's anybody in the attendees room who wish to speak in support of this bill. Please raise your hand and we'll call you over.
I see two hands.
Fine, thank you. All right. So this is in support of the bill. I first saw Rick Desjardins, and then Sheriff Joel Mary will speak afterwards. Welcome, Mr. Desjardins.
Good morning, members. First of all, I'm here to change my initial position in opposition to support Representative Reckitt's bill. First of all, again, I want to thank you all for allowing me to be here, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice. And according to Representative Carey, the most important committee in the legislature. So I agree with that. So I just wanted to, first of all, again, introduce myself. My name is Rick Desjardins. I'm the director of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and by statute, I'm also the executive director of the Board of Trustees. And I want to thank Representative Reckitt for her service on the board. And again, echo that, we lost a tremendous founding member of the board just recently. Had a wonderful conversation just prior to her passing, but Linda Smithers was an amazing advocate for citizens initiatives when it comes to the board. And I just, again, just a tremendous amount of respect for all those folks who served on our board. Again, just from my perspective, I just want to say I'm the director of the Academy, and I'm here to support the sections of the bill of 513 that deal with the additional member of the Complaint Review Committee, which is an important and very busy committee, as the representative indicated. And my heart goes out to you for supporting this initiative. We've been working diligently trying to get that committee to a place where they can, really effectively and efficiently cover the responsibilities that are in front of them. So I'm here to support that piece. My testimony that I submitted in writing obviously is not applicable. You'll hear unfortunately testimony in oppositions of bills that are coming in a later date or a later time today. But again, I just wanted to voice my support and happy to answer questions or work in a workshop to help fill in any of the gaps on the status or population of our board and how the board is assigned committee work and how it goes through its processes through its statutory requirements. Again, thank you for having me here today.
Good. Mr. Desjardins, there's a couple of questions. Members that would like to ask you a question. I will recognize Senator Searway, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, Director.
Good morning, sir.
So, just wondering on this section 2, I guess that's the one that Representative Rickett would like to keep, of adding 2 more members. I think it's got the chair of the board shall appoint 3, and it's going to be adding 2 to the Complaint Review Committee. So could you explain how this will help, I guess, in your board for that?
Yeah, so the current membership of the Complaint Review Committee, again, is assigned by the board chair. And that board chair is required to obviously put that committee in standing, and the work that's assigned to that committee is it typically comes from me as the director of the Academy. I receive complaints on officers' credentials, but the chair currently is required to put a citizen member on that committee, and it would be the pleasure of the chair. And with this bill, it would allow the chair to add an additional citizen member. So that would be 2 additional members. And also, again, have the ability to have 5 people. So there's frequently times where that board that committee meets, and trying to get all 3 members to have a quorum is very, very challenging with volunteers at fully employed, working important jobs in addition. So it would really give us give the board chair, and quite frankly myself, scheduling flexibility to be able to have those important meetings, and not have to rely on all 3 people having exactly the same date, same time to be off. And again, we have additional members that are not sworn, and those would be the municipal representative, which was formerly a seat that was occupied by Mr. Davis from Farmington. He was the town manager for many years, did a great job. And we had Tom Peters, who was the chair of the committee, was a defense attorney out of Lewiston. He's retired, and again, a terrific advocate, and again, a person that could sit on that committee, or that chair, that seat that he currently vacated, once filled, could be a member on that committee if the chair chose.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Jashaden, for being here this morning and testifying on this bill. I read your entire testimony that you had submitted on this, but going to the conversation that you and I and Chair Pellerin had earlier this year, it became very apparent to me that this is an area that was really needed to be looked at, this committee, the complaint committee, because of the reasons that you just got done saying. And so my question to you would be, at this point, adding 2 additional members to that, and knowing that these people are volunteer people, they have full-time jobs and stuff, do you believe that will really give them the chance to get some of that backload taken care of, and then start to stay current with what comes in as possible complaints or whatever along the line? You believe that this is going to be very helpful to you at this point?
Yeah, and thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. I wish I could say it was going to solve the problem. It clearly is moving us in the right direction, and I think that's the point. Is that we are constantly struggling to try to keep up with the pace, and I think, and we'll probably hear today that there's potentially is going to be additional work that committee is going to be looking at. I think adding those additional resources and allowing us to have some flexibility in the schedules, I think, is going to be an important step in helping us catch up on that battle.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Director. Your complaints that you receive, I presume a warden could ask that you look at a correctional officer to decertify, or a chief would. Do you look at complaints that you receive from the public, or who else would file a complaint?
Yeah, so Senator, thank you for that question. The statute is requiring a chief administrative officer to report when they know, but clearly we hear and know of complaints that don't always come from the department or the office or the chief administrative officer. So we've initiated, in fact, I've got, quite frankly, some already in the queue, if you will, that were not initiated by the agency initially. They were complaints that we received or learned about, and we initiated those complaints through that other vehicle, and I'm moving those through the system. So we are not bound, at least our interpretation based on the advice of our legal counsel from the Attorney General's office, is we're not bound to wait for an agency CEO. And quite frankly, Senator, sometimes it is the CEO of the agency that we're looking at as complaints. So that's something that we have to deal with, and if it's a bona fide complaint, we're going to take it.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked that question. Good. Anyone else? Representative Pickett, is that an old hand or is that a new hand? Thank you. Seeing Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you. And just kind of follow up on the complaint process. How do folks know how to make a complaint in the community? How would we, and how could we as representatives in our community let our constituents know what this process is?
Yeah, great question. Obviously, agency, I say obviously, I would tell you that one of the required policies and board standards the Academy sets, and we're very unique in the state where we can set standards for agencies as well as certification requirements, is that all agencies are required to have a complaint policy and a procedure for filing complaints against law enforcement officers. But a great point, Representative, is that we probably aren't as I guess vocal about our ability to accept complaints. Although I will say that people are frequently calling and asking questions of us. But that's a great point that I think perhaps we could be more, if you will, vocal about how citizens or individuals can file complaints. And certainly that's something we could look at.
Well, yeah, that would be great. I have heard from constituents of mine in the South Portland area that they're fearful sometimes to make complaints directly to the agency. And so if there were another place that they could make that complaint to, they might make it instead of not make it.
Yeah, I will say again, sometimes we get, these may come through other advocacy groups. The Attorney General's office, for example, when it comes to the civil rights concerns or questions, well, frequently we work with the AG's office, on a regular basis. And again, if there was an advocacy group that was representing a citizen with a complaint, again, oftentimes that we will get those through those kinds of channels. But that's a great point. Well taken.
Thank you. All set, Representative Morales? Okay. Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here this morning. My question would be the way it's set up right now, two people make the decision about 2 out of the 3 that disciplinary action would be taken. So I assume if we add 5, it's going to be 3 people that's going to make that decision.
Let me just to tighten that concept up a little bit, the Complaint Review Committee makes recommendations
Right.
after their investigation, and typically informal conferences that come with inviting witnesses, the target, if you will, the certificate holder, and other individuals that may provide some factual evidence for the Complaint Review Committee to make a recommendation. But ultimately, the full Board of Trustees will vote on a recommendation that the Complaint Review Committee makes to take an action against a certificate holder. And so there is the smaller committee has quite frankly, the heavy lift of doing the work of producing the record or the documents to make the recommendation. But ultimately the board, with a quorum, will ultimately make the vote, and that's done on our monthly or bi-monthly meetings. So the committee isn't solely responsible for making the decision. They're just making the recommendation, just to clarify that.
Follow up, Senator?
Yes, go right ahead.
So is it more of a rubber stamp deal, though, if the committee's doing the work and they make the recommendation? I mean, most of the time, is it followed through, or that recommendation? I guess what I'm trying to get at is I like the bill because I think 5 people making a recommendation or looking at something, especially if the full committee's not there and you're down to just 2 people, I think it gives the opportunity for more, definitely much more structure, or much more people looking at it, eyes on it, with the more of the people. I guess having 5 people instead of 3 or 2, if that's all that has to be there to make a quorum. So, thank you.
Yep, and again, frequently the committee, currently 3 have to be there. So there has to be 3 members. And we have had, again, just to be clear, there have been times where the committee didn't agree on a recommendation and would present a divided opinion in executive session to the board. But clearly the additional people, and here's the other question, the other issue that we frequently get is that, if a committee member needs to recuse themselves because they have some, whether it's a connection to the individual credential holder or there's some other concern that may rise to the level of, listen, you may not be the right person to make this recommendation. Those are challenges. And again, another reason why it would be terrifically helpful for us to be able to bring another person in who wasn't a potential concern about having to recuse themselves.
Thank you. Thank you all. Representative Costain and Representative Morales, would you lower your hands, please? And I will recognize Representative Pickett. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, in Title 25, Chapter 341, 2805C, that's where you're referring to, I believe. And it says about the investigation, and that's the key here. The committee, the Complaint Review Committee will investigate complaints regarding any violation of this chapter or rules established by the board by a person holding a certificate issued by the board pursuant to, and it says recommend appropriate action to the board. I think it's very, very important for us to understand that this complaint committee is not the one that is going to be deciding whether a certification is whether there's some kind of disciplinary action regarding if it goes right up to suspension or revocation. And but the board on recommendation of the committee, if I'm understanding you correct, and by reading the law here in front of me, that is where the board makes that final decision on what is going to take place with that person's certificate. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Morales, you have another question?
I do, thank you. I was wondering, and maybe we have this from the Academy, but do we, and if not, can we be provided with a report regarding number of complaints each year, the results of those, whether it's through suspension or whether it's revocation of license, so that we have a sense of what those are and some of the reasonings behind. Of course, if there needs to be confidentiality around some of it, I would expect that we'd follow the law around that. But do we get that, or is that possible that we could?
I do produce it in the end of year. I delivered that through the committee clerk a few weeks ago. But in our end of year reporting for the committee, which includes a lot, and again, I don't expect you to read because it was a heavy lift for us to get it done. But yeah, in that section, it's very high level, 30,000 foot kind of look at the number of complaints and the actions that the board took. And well taken, Representative Morales. The processes are very strict in its process of using due process and the Administrative Procedures Act that we follow in doing our work, and up to the board taking a final action. Those are confidential proceedings, other than the voting of the board and
Right.
the actions of the board. But yeah, we do deliver those again in real raw form. But if the committee needs additional material or information, I could certainly provide what I'm able to provide to you. Happy to do that.
Thank you, Director. I will go back and look at that. I'm sure I received that. Once the decisions are final, though, like for every other professional board, those are open to the public. Is that right?
Yeah. So when I put my meeting agendas out, I list the cases that are going to be dealt with on that particular meeting. And then ultimately the board will make a recommendation And typically what we'll have is our attorney, in this case, it's Andrew Black from the Attorney General's office, drafts a consent agreement or the final action of the board. And that's what ultimately is voted on. And then that's what we release, whether it's a FOIA request or if anyone would like that. But those are public records once they're done. And we put those in our board meeting minutes, and we do those in a public forum.
Thank you so much.
Representative Pickett, I just want to check, please lower your hands when you're done, or else I'll be doing this all day, I guess.
Yeah, just wanted to say howdy.
We've got 4 bills this morning having to do with the academy, so I appreciate Director Desjardins answering all those questions. You have laid the foundation. I don't expect we'll have to ask the same questions of the other 3. So I thank you very much for that. So I don't see any other hands. You can stay right where you are, probably. Well, I think for this one, we're all done with you, but there's 3 other bills, so you can go get yourself a cup of coffee. You're here for a while. So I don't see any other people asking a question of the director. I will now recognize Sheriff Mary, followed by Chief LaCroix. Welcome, Sheriff Mary. Oh,
Thank
are
you.
you muted? There you go. Thank you.
Am I all right? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, members of this committee. I see some good friends here. I wish we were doing this in public. It's certainly been a while since I had the opportunity to stand in front of you and see all of your bright and smiling faces and everything. But it is good to be with you today, and I do appreciate this opportunity. And I'll say before I get into my testimony, I don't know the reasons why the good representative from South Portland changed her bill, but it certainly aligns with our testimony that I will present to you. So Representative Rickett, I do appreciate your work on this, and actually, again, it aligns with our testimony. So let me share that with you. I believe you have it. I believe it's been submitted, so that you would have it. But again, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, my name is Joel Mary. I am the Sheriff of Saginaw County, and I'm a past president of the Maine Sheriff's Association. The Maine Sheriff's Association did meet to discuss this bill, and our position was to offer qualified support for LD 513. While there are 4 bills regarding the composition of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy Board of Trustees being considered in today's public hearing, our Legislative Policy Committee scrutinized each one and ultimately chose this bill to take a stand on. We feel that this bill collectively addresses all the concerns targeted in the other bills, with the additional facet of addressing the Academy's Complaint Review Committee. The Maine Criminal Justice Academy endeavors to merit public confidence in Maine's criminal justice system. Through training and policy development, the Academy's positive contributions to law enforcement across the state are undeniable. The Board of Trustees work tirelessly to ensure that they are maintaining a high ethical standard while promoting cooperation and coordination among law enforcement agencies across the state. Some may argue that one more seat on the board is as big as the existing board of 18 is inconsequential. Maine Sheriffs disagree. We support the concept of allowing a county commissioner to serve in a citizen seat, which is currently vacant, or as a rotation with a municipal official. We're concerned that increasing the size of the board could become cumbersome and ultimately less efficacy. Our unanimous support for increasing the Complaint Review Committee stems from the indisputable fact that the current board could benefit from having more of its members involved. This valuable committee is tasked with reviewing complaints lodged against law enforcement professionals who have allegedly misstepped. Accountability for law enforcement is not only necessary, but for those of us who serve with honor and integrity, we insist upon this transparency. Any means towards this end can and must be implemented. The Maine Sheriff's asks that you recognize the potential adverse impact of increasing the number of seats on the Board of Trustees, but we also encourage you to endorse the additional two more seats on the board's Complaint Review Committee. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions of Sheriff Mary? By the way, I had to look 2 or 3 times. I did not recognize you in your uniform. All last year, I saw you in a suit. So nice with the flag and everything in your office.
Thank you.
So no questions. I really want to make sure I understand this bill correctly. Again, I'm going to ask one more time, since Sheriff Mary asked or made mention of a county commissioner. We are not considering Section 1 at all, correct?
From my perspective.
Okay, well, okay, it's either amended to delete Section 1 or not, because
Yes.
that's where I'm confused. Because it's still there and it's underlined that a county commissioner. So
If I could clarify,
yes.
might I? Part of the what happened is that I had no clue there was going to be like a explosion of bills on this issue. And since the reviser didn't try to combine things this year, I think had that happened, this might have gotten solved earlier. But basically, my intent is to have Section 2 be the entirety of the bill.
Thank you. Yeah. That, okay, I just wanted that stated. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Any questions of Sheriff Mary? Seeing none, again, thank you, Sheriff Mary.
Thank you.
I will now recognize Chief LaCroix.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warner and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Chief Roland LaCroix. I am the current president of the Maine Chiefs of Police Association, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on LD 513. It's the opinion of the Maine Chiefs of Police, and I know that it's been changed here, but we feel like Section 1 of the bill is identical to LD 400. So with respect to Section 2 of LD 513 of the bill, we support the expansion of the Complaint Review Committee as proposed from 3 to 5. Thank you very much.
And thank you, not having to repeat everything. So you got off easy. Anyone have any questions from Chief LaCroix? Seeing none, thank you, Chief LaCroix. I'm going to ask if there is anyone else in the attendees room who wish to speak in support of this bill. Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition of LD 513, please raise your hand and we'll bring you in.
Again, seeing no hands.
Thank you. Anyone speaking neither for nor against LD 513, please raise your hand.
Again, no hands.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, I will close this meeting, public hearing on LD 513. Thank you all for testifying. The next bill we're going to hear is from Representative Art Bell, and that is LD 400. An act to modify the composition of the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. There he is. Welcome, Representative Bell.
Thank you.
Hi. Go right ahead. You may offer your testimony, please.
Thank you. Chair DeChambeau and Chair Warren and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Representative Art Bell, and I represent District 47, which comprises the towns of Shebeke Island, Long Island, and my hometown of Yarmouth. And let me just begin by saying no apologies required for delaying my testimony for an hour. This past hour has been well spent by me learning a lot about what the work you're all about. And I am introducing LD 400, an act to modify the composition of the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. The Maine County Commissioners Association approached me about putting this bill forward, and I was happy to do so. I understand that a representative from the county commissioners will be joining you today to say more about this bill. Turning to the bill itself, LD 400 would expand the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy from 18 to 19 members by adding a county commissioner as a member of the board. The goal here is to allow county commissioners who oversee the budget of the county sheriff and the county jail to have a place at the table of the board governing the law enforcement training. Municipal officials also have a representative on the academy board, and having a county commissioner provides an appropriate parallel. The language of the bill regarding county commissioners is modeled on the current provision in law related to municipal officials serving on the academy board. And just to maybe confuse you even more, this bill really represents what was Section 1 of LD 513. And I understand from the sitting here for the past hour that I understand that Representative Reckitt, whose experience on these matters far exceeds any that I have, has withdrawn Section 1. So this will more or less be taking that place. So there was some duplicative effort there, but there is no more. So with that, I will conclude. And as noted, a representative of the Maine County Commissioners Association will be following me to explain more about the bill. However, if you have any questions of me, I'll certainly try to answer them. And again, thank you for the time today, and I hope that we can make this an ought to pass vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bell. I see Representative Pickett has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Bell, for being here, and thank you for your patience this morning. Just have one quick question for you. I believe you said that somebody from the Maine County Commissioners Association approached you about this bill and about putting this bill in, and the member that you're seeking to put in is a county commissioner. And I guess my question would be this: what did they base their, I guess, what was their reason for feeling that a county commissioner should be on the board, if you can answer that?
Yeah, I'll thank you for the question, Representative Pickett. My answer to that was in my testimony just now, and that is that the county commissioners do have jurisdiction over the budget and of both the county sheriffs and the county jail and the academy. So they felt that it just makes sense that they should have a seat at the board. And the fact that a municipal officials have a representative on the academy board, having a county commissioner, it looks like an appropriate parallel to that.
Okay.
And I'm sure the folks that will be following me will have a deeper and more thorough explanation for that to answer your question.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions of Representative Bell? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Bell. we'll just ask if there's anyone in the public who wishes to speak in support of this LD 400. Please raise your hand and we'll bring you in.
Bringing Brian Hobart over.
Thank you. Mr. Hobart, are you, I see your name. Will you be joining us visually? There you go. Welcome, Mr. Hobart. You wish to testify in support of this bill?
Yes, I do. Chair DeChambeau and Chair Warren and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Brian Hobart, and I'm, in addition to serving as Vice Chair of the Board of Commissioners for Saginaw County, I'm writing today as my role as Board Vice President of the Maine County Commissioners Association. We appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony to the committee in support of LD 400. Briefly, the Maine County Commissioners Association was established in 1890 to assist Maine's county government in providing vital services to Maine citizens in a responsive, efficient, and credible manner. The association is based in Augusta and currently represents 15 of Maine's 16 counties and is governed by a board with representation from each participating county. First, we'd like to thank Representative Bell for bringing this legislation forward. This bill would expand the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy from 18 to 19 members by adding a county commissioner as member of the board. The MCJA board currently includes a municipal official, partly in recognition of the fact that municipalities employ local police officers trained by the MCJA. County commissioners occupy a position similar to municipal officials in that counties through the county sheriff, hire law enforcement officers trained by the MCJA. Having a county commissioner serve on the MCJA board would bring the board the important perspective of county policymaking and governance, similar to the municipal government's perspective brought by the municipal official on the board. Recognizing the similarities between municipal and county officials, this bill uses the same language for county commissioner representative as is currently in place for the municipal official. Lastly, a county commissioner to the board will bring the membership on the board to an odd number, which is helpful in resolving tie votes. The board currently has 18 members, which increases the chance of deadlock. If you have any questions or need additional information, please do not hesitate to let us know. And I might add, I see some familiar faces on here. I served in the 127th representing District 55.
Thank you. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Brian Hobart. I remember those days in the 127th, and it was good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say hello as well. I wondered if that was going to be you when I saw your name, so good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'm not sure. I want to ask the question. I'm not sure who could answer that. If this bill is requesting a county commissioner to be on the board, would that be considered a civilian, a citizen? And can anyone answer that? Maybe.
That's a good question. It'd be elected official. Well, I suppose a municipal participant, they wouldn't necessarily be an elected official, but this.
I'm
this-
just asking the question since we have another bill to add probably a citizen because of the complaint. I'm not sure, but I think we'll be discussing that later. Representative Bell, do you have a response to that?
I do not. I do know that the county commissioners are elected officials, so that whether that defines them as civilians or not, I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's going to be one of my questions anyways down the road, but I thank you both. Anyone else wishing to speak in support of LD 400?
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition of LD 400?
I'll be bringing 2 people over.
Thank you. I see Representative Representative, I'm going to make you Representative. Director Desjardins, followed by Chief LaCroix. Okay. Director Desjardins, you wish to speak in opposition.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. And Representative Bell, thank you for your time today. I really appreciate your work on this. Unfortunately, I have to rise in opposition to this bill, but I'd just like to again thank Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren for allowing me to speak today, and the representatives of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. It's my pleasure. I'm the director of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. My name is Rick Desjardins. And I just first of all want to say I've gone over the composition of the board, happy to do that, and it's in my written testimony. So I'll just leave it at that. If people would like to have more definitions of the positions that we currently have of the 18 members of the board, happy to unpack that with you today. But I just would say that the 18-member board is very active. We meet every other month in person and in public. The additions to the work that the board does, there are 5 subcommittees that meet and on the opposite months typically to go over work that's important to the board. And again, the position currently is that the county commissioners addition would be, quite frankly, one of potentially many more to come. And we are already, quite frankly, in a very large board, probably one of the largest in the state of Maine. I think it's the only other board I've seen to have more members, which is 19, is the EMS board. There perhaps is other, but it's a very large board. I would just say again that we have opportunities. I believe that the county commissioners could be appointed to our board through either the citizens seat. We have one that's vacant currently. In addition to that, we have a municipal rep that I think would be, quite frankly, potentially with some minor changes, could add that seat as a county commissioner and perhaps use those in conjunction or swap those back and forth. But, again, I just wanted to make it clear that our board members frequently hear from constituents who have questions or concerns of topics that the academy might be dealing with. And clearly the county commissioners have folks that they could reach out to on our current board, to include myself, and be happy to listen to concerns or questions that they have, and bring those agenda items to our board if they are if they need to have items addressed. So again, in closing, I just wanted to just let the members know that the Board of Trustees are tireless advocates, working very hard and well together on important topics that face law enforcement and corrections profession. The governor has the ultimate authority to select the members of our board, and I believe the selection process has given the board in this state outstanding representatives for the citizens of Maine. And this board recent moves to strengthen the standards and training of law enforcement continues to be far ahead of other states and reflects the interests of the boards to be responsive to the concerns around law enforcement accountability in our state. happy to take questions or participate in a work session as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Desjardins. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Desjardins, I just wanted to point out in your third paragraph in your testimony, near the bottom, we also have 3 citizen board members, an educator, a municipal official, none of whom have ever been a sworn law enforcement officer. So that's a key issue. That's a key point in those particular members. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so the board itself, in the next paragraph, another question I have, if I may, Madam Chair.
Well, yeah.
Thank you. It says near the bottom, it says the sentence says the Department of Public Safety feels by changing the makeup of the board with the addition of the 19th member would further increase from the optimal number of 7 to 9 members to an even larger board. And the question I have is, I'd like an explanation for where you state making the important work potentially more difficult to be supported by the current academy staff. So could you just kind of speak to that, if you would, please?
Yeah, again, I don't want to, I'm certainly not here to beg for help or complain about the work, because we love the work. But our staff here at the academy have 11 people that work on a variety of topics that involve training and standards around law enforcement and corrections. Our board members frequently are and importantly asking hard questions about what we do, and we frequently are providing them with information, just like we would for the member of this committee. Typically the work is prior to meetings is very intense in trying to get the committee, the board members, the material they need, and having additional members added onto that would certainly make it more challenging for our staff that are already running pretty tight to the wall. And again, I just will say that finding the optimal number, I'm not sure how to completely describe that, but in my research, other experts will say, what's the best board size? And they'll say, between 7 and 9. The Representative Bell did bring up a good point. Odd numbers are always great. But that's something we haven't run into. We've had ties, but clearly we have a very, very large board, and it's a heavy lift for our staff to keep up with the requirements that the board has.
Thank you for the statement, and thank you for your explanation. I think it is very applicable to what the bill is trying to do.
Thank you. Representative Branicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked this earlier with the other bill, but probably you could answer a little bit better, Mr. Desjardins. Are board members paid? And if so, adding another board member, does that add additional cost to legislature or to the government?
They are not paid. I mean, this is, again, you can't make this up, right? These people are volunteering their time, leaving really heavy lifting jobs to donate, in many cases, days of extra work onto their already busy schedules. The only thing we do provide is a great lunch. We have a terrific lunch here at the academy. That's what we pride ourselves in feeding our cadets and our board of trustees well. So that's all they get from us is a great meal. So thank you.
Just so I was on a school board that had 7 members, and that was a lot. So I can't imagine having 18 members on a board and how many that makes it difficult. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Director Desjardins? Seeing none, I will now recognize Chief LaCroix.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren once again, and the members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Real brief on LD 400. The Maine Chiefs feel like and recommend that rather than add a seat for county commissioner to the board, we recommend that the seat currently occupied by a municipal official rotate between a county commissioner and a municipal official in a manner similar to the current rotation of one seat among Maine's tribal governments. We feel like that would, actually solve two issues and not necessarily add another position to the board.
Thank you. Chief LaCroix, I should know this, but would you please tell us where you are chief?
At the University of Maine.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Now, is that the University of Maine system or the Orono campus? Oh,
Well,
they don't call it Orono anymore. Whoa, okay.
Well, as you know, there's a system of six, there was seven, now six universities. We are the flagship campus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief LaCroix. I'm just wondering, do any municipal governments have their own jails that would make that perspective or their own, because county commissioners oversee the jail. So I'm just wondering if that's really in your mind equal experience between those two.
I would imagine the larger agencies may have holding cells per se, but the jails are run by the counties.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions? Thank you, Chief LaCroix.
Thank you.
That was in opposition. I now will ask if anyone wishes to supply testimony, neither for nor against LD 400.
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All very good questions. We're learning more and more. Thank you all. I will close the public hearing on LD 400. Ms. Overton, I should know this. Are all these four will be coming back together on a work session, and the date, please?
The date is a week from today, April 23rd at 10 in the morning.
Great, thank you. So now I'm up to the third one we're going to hear this morning, and that is with Representative Mermont, LD 1092, the title of which is an act to expand the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy to include 6 members of the public who are not employed as any type of law enforcement personnel, and to require a public review of the training syllabus. Hi, welcome, Senator Mermont.
Hello, Senator DeChambeau. Thank you.
Go right ahead. Thank
Okay,
you.
I am Senator Dave Mermont, representing Senate District 12, which is Knox County. County seat is Rockland. And I'm here to present 1092, which you already read. The focus of our police departments has changed drastically since I was first elected to the Camden Select Board in the year 2000. We were adopting community policing policies and training with the full cooperation of the Camden and Rockport police departments. This was going on all over the state, and we were discussing ways to engage officers and our young people in ways other than conflict and intimidation. Experience has shown that most of the officers we hire want to be an asset to their communities and want the tools to help them achieve that goal. If they're not given training that assists in that effort, it results in less successful outcomes than what they expected when using the training in tense situations. In the 21 years that have passed, I've watched police training move steadily toward a military model that teaches and supports the opposite of what we were all trying to achieve. It was a time when many of our officers were sent to the Middle East conflicts and came back with a model ill-suited to the communities of Maine. Instead of working to bring new officers back to a model more suited to non-combatants in Maine communities, the Maine Criminal Justice Academy has adopted and adjusted the training to the war zone model. The method of having an officer arrive on the scene and immediately escalate the conflict with aggression and intimidation drives many folks into fight or flight mode. Again, the opposite of what we found those many years ago that worked to gain cooperation and respect and to de-escalate tense situations. Because of other issues such as the use of qualified immunity to overlook the abuses of this type of system, the bad behavior of some bad officers has gone unpunished. And I wanted to reinforce that. I know it's a small percentage, but it's that small percentage that makes the news and that we have to deal with with a lot of different areas. So I reinforced it. It's a small percentage, but it's also a broader picture. And it also seemed that the fox is guarding the hen house when trainers from the Maine Criminal Justice Academy are involved in the investigation of potential officer misconduct investigations and are responsible for reporting on the failure of that officer or training. That's not a formula that promotes openness or honesty about such failures. The Maine Criminal Justice Academy needs new oversight on the Board of Trustees. It needs the eyes and ears of all the people in our state who could be affected by this conflict of interest that seems to have evolved into our police training and oversight system, a system that can have devastating consequences in their lives and those of their families. There will always be situations that will go beyond the peaceful model, and techniques for those need to be taught as well. They need to be the exception rather than the norm. Police have been given an exceptional amount of power and trust, and with it goes the responsibility to use it properly. When any part of it's abused, we need to have a system in place that recognizes and deals with it swiftly. And I'm reminded of the top-down effect. When I was hired at Delta, they were just about to lose their operating certificate, a major airline, one of the top three, because they had so many incidents and accidents in a row that the FAA didn't feel like they could operate safely. And it came back to the training. The training out of our department was terrible. They got rid of everyone. They rewrote the training, and we became the safest airline, the most modern training facility, and it made a difference. We became a leader around the world, and we trained airlines all around the world. And if all airline personnel had come to Delta for 737 MAX training, we wouldn't have had that big fiasco over the last couple of years either, because we trained for that. But anyway, not to go off. Training at the top is most important. Maine Criminal Justice Academy is required to train all our officers. So therefore, top down review, and I know I've been listening all morning, that the size of that Board of Trustees may be an issue, but it should have more civilians, if that's the case, to make sure this is a balanced effort for law enforcement in our state. Thanks for your consideration. I'm glad to answer questions if I can.
Anyone have any questions of Senator Marmon? Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for being here. In one of your paragraphs that you wrote, you said instead of working to bring new officers back to a model more suited to non-combatants in Maine communities, the Maine Criminal Justice Academy has adopted and adjusted the training to the war zone model. If I might ask you, where do you base that statement? Is it based on what you have seen in our state, or is it based on what you've seen throughout the whole entire country? Because I think there is a big difference there.
Thanks for that. It is a mix of both, because I don't remember if it was a year or two ago, I came across an accident scene and the woman was hit and in and out of consciousness. We were the first on the scene. My wife is a healthcare practitioner, And so she was helping her. The first officer on the scene was a sheriff who walked up and said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "My wife is helping this woman. She's in shock. She's in and out." "Are you a doctor?" "No." "Step back from the car. Step back from the car." It's like, what the heck? We're at an accident scene. So that's the first part. And then I've seen that used around the country in these incidents that keep coming up where they're escalated by the arrival and the attempt to intimidate and get loud and do that. It's not that I just reject that. If it showed that it worked, that'd be one thing. What we saw when we were working on this in Camden is that that type of approach to our young people in our town created problems, and the young people always lost. So we stepped in with the complete support of our wonderful chiefs here then, and part of who we have now as a chief was part of that group then. And we made some real effort, but it just seems over time, we've got police departments trying to use surplus military equipment, gear up like they're military police. It's coming from the top down. It has to be. No cross-section of departments could end up in that model without it, I think. You know, I'm testifying and it's a mix of this state and others for letting that creep in. Maybe we're less over the top with that than other states, other cities that see that every day. But I can't tell you. That's why I bring it to your committee to resolve.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Senator Mearmont? Seeing none, I will ask if there's anybody in the attendees room who wishes to speak in support of LD 1092. Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify in opposition of LD 1092? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Desjardins is coming over,
Thank you.
and Chief LaCroix.
Okay. Welcome, Director Desjardins again.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to be back. If I may, Senator, again, thank you for allowing me to speak today. And Senator Mearmont, thank you for your time today. And hopefully we can, at some point, I'd love to share with you a little bit about what we do here at the Academy. I'm going to respectfully disagree with some of your statements about what we do here. And quite frankly, I'm incredibly proud and blessed to be part of this training facility here, and the Board of Trustees in particular do an amazing job in representing Maine citizens and really looking at our curricula frequently to make sure it's fine. But in response to your bill that presented, sir, I would just say, I'm here to oppose the bill as it's written, which would increase the board size. And as you probably heard prior to testimony, increasing the already large board would be problematic. In addition, that would be a very challenging aspect for us to resolve. We also feel that having all citizen members required to receive Senate confirmation after nomination by the Senate chair and the Speaker of the House would add additional burdens on these volunteers. And the current authority of our governor to make the appointments to the board has allowed members who retire or leave for a variety of reasons during and after legislative sessions the ability to get replaced and continue to meet the statutory requirements of the board is really an important aspect. Our current members of the board frequently hear from and work with constituents that have questions, concerns, or ideas for our Academy's training curricula or specific topics of interest for law enforcement or corrections training and standards. When substantive changes occur to our curricula, it is identified. We list the topics in our meeting agendas under new or old business and hold our public meetings to discuss and vote on these changes. Increasing the standards to require public comment periods and hold additional hearings, we believe would slow the process and add additional burdens to the board and the Academy's staff. In closing, the members of the Board of Trustees are tireless advocates working very well together on important topics that face law enforcement and corrections professions. The governor has the ultimate authority to select the members of our board, and I believe this selection process has given our board and this state outstanding representation for Maine citizens. This board's recent moves to strengthen standards and training of law enforcement continues to be far ahead of other states and reflects the interests of our board in being responsive to the concerns around law enforcement accountability. Happy to take questions and answer or participate in a work session if it comes to that sort of thing. Thank you very much.
I see Representative Pickett may have a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Director. I want to just speak for a minute. It was mentioned in testimony about militaristic and combat zone, the type of training being taught at the academy. And I know you spoke a little bit about that, but could you just maybe help the committee understand that when the academy first originated, it was a strict military type of academy that you went through, but that has relaxed somewhat over the years, and there was a reason for that. But the training as well, and I think when you talk about the standards, I'd like to have you address the fact that those standards, the strengthening of the standards, you also have mandatory standards that we in the law enforcement field have to take and make sure our personnel are trained in each and every year. And that those are, as my understanding is, and having been the recipient of many of them, those are when issues come up out in our communities and in situations where we need to take another look at something. You either revise those standards or you take and make new standards to deal with a certain issue. And so that we can be better equipped through our in-service training and other types of training to be able to deal with those things in our communities. So just a little bit about that, if you could, sir.
Happy to, thank you, sir. The academy's training. I'm going to date myself. I started law enforcement back in the '80s and been at this for more than 35 years. I will tell you, I think a shift in our philosophy was really as a result of the Hagerty Commission and the changes that brought, I think, an amazing shift in the way our attitudes towards law enforcement, but it has continued to evolve. And I think, again, this board has had a huge impact on that. But, just recently, Representative Pickett, you made a great point. We watched in horror how social movements around this state as a result of the Floyd killing. Our board immediately reacted and dealt with substantive changes to agencies, policies, and standards that I think really made a big impact on our attitudes towards, for example, the use of force, chokeholds, the requirements to intervene, and for officers to report others who are in violation of standards. I think, again, goes to the point that this board will not tolerate agencies or officers who are going to work outside of what we know is an appropriate code of conduct. And I think that's an important aspect. Again, I'm sitting here right now watching 68 young men and women of every walk of life, every ethnicity, go through 18 weeks, or they're in their 15th week now. I'm sorry, they're starting their 15th. They're finishing their 5th week. They've got a few more to go. This is their 5th week ending. Just the passion and the desire to help and serve Maine citizens is just, it's really heartening to see. And again, it just makes me feel proud to be part of this. But again, I think this state has a lot to be proud of when it comes to how we view and address our training issues around law enforcement and corrections, and holding officers accountable for their conduct and behavior, and requiring agencies to have standards is, again, a huge aspect to how I think Maine has got a lot to be proud of.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have a question. I just figured this out. I've been trying to look in my Vertigo about the academy, and it's not. We don't have
Title 25.
Title 25. But it begs the question, when someone is appointed, are they appointed for a certain number of years?
So 3 years is the tradition. So we have ex officios. So that's the commissioners of DOC and public safety, and the attorney general, the colonels of the warden and the state police are ex officios. But the other members are all on either a 3-year, majority of them on a 3-year, but the representative from the Wabanaki governments are on a 2-year cycle, and that was the last person we added to the board. But in essence, they're on 3-year cycles, and again, those appointments are issued through the governor's office.
Good, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. That was in opposition. I will ask Chief LaCroix is here to speak in opposition also. Thank you.
Thanks again, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and the members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Briefly on 1092, the main chiefs feel, of course, this bill adds to the size of the Board of Trustees. The board already has a higher proportion of public and non-law enforcement members, 5 out of 18, than almost any of the other 40 plus state licensing boards. Thus, we oppose that portion of the bill. The bill would make an appointment of some board positions subject to the legislature's pending officers rather than the governor. We take no position on that matter. Finally, the bill sets up a rather cumbersome process for the review of the training curriculum, which is adopted by rulemaking. Instead, we believe that any rulemaking, including the training curriculum, be subject to the provisions of the Administrative Procedure Act 5 MRS subchapter 2, which governs the adoption and amendment of the rules of every other state agency.
Thank you. Any questions of Chief LaCroix? Seeing none. I would think this concludes the testimony in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, I guess, Ms. Fay.
Seeing no hands, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. Therefore, I will close the meeting of, I forgot which number it is, 1092. LD 1092 is closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And the last one for this morning is LD 505 from Representative McCray, an act to expand the disciplinary authority of the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. I'm looking at a Northeaster out here. Okay.
Try that.
Oh, hi. Hi, Representative McCray. Welcome.
I got so panicked because when they let me in, everything went blank and I'm thinking, oh no. Anyway, thank you very much for accommodating my schedule. We're in some pretty deep stuff over in education, so I am here and glad to be here. And this was my priority for the day.
Thank you.
So good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am David McCray. I represent the 9 communities of House District 148 up in the central part of Aroostook County. I am a lifelong resident of the good town of Fort Fairfield, and I am here to present LD 505, an act to expand the disciplinary authority of the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. First off, and make no mistake, I want to state that I totally support officers of the law, and I always have. In fact, I had an uncle who served his career as a Maine State Police officer, another uncle who spent his entire career as an officer in the Huntington Beach Police Force in California, and a first cousin who had a successful career with the Bangor Police Department. My whole family is very proud of all three of them. The overwhelming, and I mean overwhelming, 99.99 majority of police and corrections officers are great at their very stressful jobs. I know that, I believe that, and I think it's probably factual. However, nothing undermines the public trust that we must have, okay, in our law enforcement officers than a bad cop. And we all know what I mean. I don't mean that there's just a bad cop is a bad place to be. No honorable officer of the law wants these characters making their job even more difficult than it has already become. And we have seen that over this last year or two, where people that are great at law enforcement have had to battle issues because of some bad actors. With that being said, whenever an officer seriously oversteps their authority, I believe that there are times and circumstances when they, at the very least, should seek another line of work. My concern regarding police misconduct has been growing for quite some time. Since beginning my service in the Maine House of Representatives in 2017, I have felt that perhaps there was something I might be able to do to help the situation. The alignment of several incidents over the past few years screams out for our action. Some of the more recent egregious events, both inside Maine and around the country, have drawn a great deal of attention to this very issue that's at hand. Several articles focusing on police misconduct were published in the Bangor Daily News in 2020 and actually early in 2021, but that was after I submitted the bill. And those articles helped spur me on to think, well, maybe little old me should be submitting a bill. And I did. I am certainly no expert in the subject. Don't profess to be. I'm getting more so as days go by. However, former state senator and former state attorney general, same person, Michael Carpenter, and I occasionally had breakfast with his longtime friend, Chief of Investigations Brian McMaster of the Maine Attorney General's Office. Last fall, as I was preparing my bill submissions, I contacted both Mike and Brian to discuss the subject of this bill further. We convened a Zoom meeting on December 17th, 2020, to discuss the issue further. Those attending that meeting were Brian McMaster, Michael Suschek, Commissioner of Criminal Justice and Public Safety, Rick Desjardins, Director of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, and Mark Malone, the Special Assistant to the Attorney General, and myself. The bill before you today is the project of that meeting and subsequent conversations with those most experienced and knowledgeable in this field. LD 505 will give the Board of Trustees more authority to either deny or rescind policing credentials should they determine that there is sufficient evidence and the behavior is worthy of such action. I believe that further testimony that you will hear today will, from people that follow me, from those such experts in the field or their representatives, will help matters. I thank you for hearing this very timely bill, and I will be most happy to answer any questions that you may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McRae, for going with your gut. That's good. I will ask if anyone has any questions. Representative Branicki.
Hello, Representative McRae.
Hello, Miss Representative Nikki. It's good to see you. We miss you.
You too. I don't know about that. Representative McRae, I'm looking at this and it's like a concept draft and I'm not seeing any details. Like what kind of expansion are you looking at for their disciplinary authority? I mean, do you have like a plan?
I do. I'm going to pass the buck.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm right up front. I told you I'm no expert in this. I have no business giving you the details. I really don't have any business giving you the details as to what would be the parameters, the things that somebody could be denied or have a licensing credential revoked. That I just heard. I didn't know that there were 18 people on the Board of Trustees for the Maine Criminal Justice Academy, that this bill clearly passes to them, gives them that authority. If there's anybody in the state, that board should, I mean, none of us, and I know we have law officers, former law officers on this committee. None of us have the expertise that that board would have. There are people that are coming, as I understand it, to testify after I do, that will be able to answer that much, much better. I don't think for a minute anybody, including the Board of Trustees, wants carte blanche. But there are things that, I mean, if I'm a police officer and on private duty I shoot somebody, I guess probably the law is going to take care of me, and I'm not going to be a police officer any longer. But if I go outside of what is expected of a police officer, and it is egregious enough for that Academy Board of Trustees to say, man, you have no business being a police officer. We find that harmful. We find that wrong. We find that, I don't know, immoral, whatever they're, so I would say those questions should go to those people. And that's why I didn't want to even try to put the details to this. We will have time to put the details to that between now and the work session, with the good help of Ms. Orberton. She's worked with me on a couple of bills before, and I have faith that she can garner what these other people coming behind me would see this being the best thing for. It's important to state that these are the people that we really want to make that decision, okay, as to where this bill should go. So I've rambled on long enough. And I'd be glad to go on.
So, Mr. McCray, my understanding is our policy analysts and us, as we hear people who testify in support of this bill, are pretty much telling us how the bill should be crafted, therefore.
I think, I mean, surely everybody agrees that maybe this problem exists, and it doesn't. I don't have the pride of. I have a great deal of pride for bringing the bill forth.
You did say to us that the people with the expertise will be testifying, so you are in support with what they're testifying as.
Absolutely. I've got no business to try to supersede what they would say. They're the people that I'm taking my cues from.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative McCray, for being here and bringing this bill forward. In the beginning of your testimony, you spoke about a Bangor Daily News article and stuff, and I'm very familiar with that article, seeing that part of the motivation for that article was a circumstance that happened in Oxford County with the High Sheriff in Oxford County. So I've taken steps in other committees to try to correct some of that myself. But anyways, the reason I wanted to ask you the question, there is, at least I have in front of me, and I assume that every member of the committee must have in front of them, a proposed committee amendment to LDO 505, which is going to deal with a lot of the stuff that probably we're going to hear in testimony following this. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I absolutely would. And thank you for speaking of the Oxford County issue. But in the Bangor Daily, it was a series, and I'm sure that reporters being reporters, it wasn't 100% accurate. And I don't think that they would. I think they meant to report what they did, but it was a series of a half a dozen articles or more, and certainly there were things there that would cast the respect that we have in doubt for our law enforcement officers. And I think anything that we can do to reinstate that public confidence in law enforcement, I don't care if it's Maine, Fort Fairfield, Maine, or Chicago, Illinois. So anything we can do, I think is a good thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pickett, for alerting me. I forgot that Ms. Overton did send us a, I'm trying to see, an amendment to 505. So that was sent to us.
And I have a follow-up comment. Could I make that, please?
Yes, go right ahead.
And thank you again, Representative McCray, for bringing this forward. And I don't think there's a police officer in this state out here that does not want transparency. And we take pride in what we do and what I did for 40 years and what I did. And we want transparency, and we also want the bad cop that you spoke of in your testimony. When they drag their badge down through the mud, they drag everyone else's badge with it. And we want to make sure that those officers out there that choose to step across that line for whatever reason, that they are dealt with. And I think this bill is a good start to doing that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Any other questions for Representative McCray? Seeing none, I will now turn it over to, please, if you are in support of LD 505, raise your hand and you are welcomed in.
Thank you, committee.
I see 2 hands.
I have Representative, yes. I'm going to make you one, I guess. Director.
I'm not worthy. Appreciate that. I'm worthy.
Thank you for that. Director Desjardins, followed by Chief LaCroix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, appreciate the opportunity. And Representative McCray, great to see you again, sir. And thank you for bringing this forward. It's been a pleasure working with you and others. Representative Pickett and I know have had some discussions about this very same topic, and I know many of you sitting around this this panel are interested in this as well. So again, I rise in support of this bill. We received Soberton's amendment last night, and quickly prepared a response in support of this bill this morning. So I apologize if you probably hadn't had a chance to read it, but I will summarize. But I did send a written response to the bill in support this morning. And again, I just wanted to recognize the fact that this bill does, with the amendments, add additional language to our statutory authority, which would allow the board, actually directs the board to adopt rules establishing disqualifying standards of conduct for applicants for a certificate or certificate holders that subjects that person to disciplinary action pursuant to 2806A sub 5 paragraph M, which again allows the board of trustees, or directs the board of trustees to codify standards. So again, this is an important piece of, I think, what needs to happen in our state. I think we have a great system, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've been appointed as the director and the executive director as of July of last year. So I've been here for 10 months. But one of my standards when I first took over this position was to really move this board in directions that I think are important and the board wants to go, and that is one to establish board's standards and go through rulemaking. So that's an important aspect. And again, I'm confident that we can work through work sessions to work out the details of this bill and make it perhaps not perfect, but a great step in the right direction to work on areas and topics that, quite frankly, all of us in law enforcement are embarrassed, and corrections as well, that some standards that are not codified in statute that give the board authority to deal with certification issues can be dealt with through rulemaking and ultimately setting standards. So again, although the board of trustees is currently working toward rulemaking in our existing standards, this bill would further emphasize the need to codify existing and new board standards. Clearly, the additional work will impact the staff of the academy and the board, but it's important to address these issues of conduct by certificate holders that erode the trust and confidence in Maine citizens in law enforcement and corrections professions, and it's too important for us to ignore. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to support this bill and look forward to answering questions and working in the work session. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, you're muted. I'm sorry.
It's a good thing because I was getting phone calls here. Any questions of Director Desjardins? I may be jumping the gun, but I don't want to forget it. I guess for the work session, what is presented to us as an amendment or the bill makes reference to Title 25, 2803, and I'm sure, and I'm asking for Ms. Overton to make us copies of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Oh, I see hands up. Representative Warren, followed by Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. There you are. Thank you, and thank you, Representative McCray, for presenting this bill. Director, I want to ask you specifically if this bill would authorize for the removal of a certificate or a certificate. Yeah, so removal of a certificate, and specifically I'm asking in regards to the issue around a sheriff. Representative Pickett and Representative McCray referenced Oxford County Sheriff, but I think we've had a more recent example of a sheriff who disallowed treatment based on his own cancel culture sort of thinking. And there was no way to hold him accountable. Does this bill aim to get at some of those issues with sheriffs as well?
It does, but it's not complete. Full disclosure, Representative Warren. Currently, the standard for a sheriff to be in office is ultimately within the purview of the governor. I believe it's the final say if it was to be a removal. I will tell you full disclosure, most sheriffs are certified, either corrections or law enforcement officers in this state, but not all. There's no requirement that they be certified. So if this bill were to pass and the standards were adopted by the board through through rulemaking and public hearings, then if a sheriff were in violation, then the board could take an action to include a revocation of a certificate. The distinction would be, and I think you made a great point, that a sheriff in particular is not required at this point to be certified by the Criminal Justice Academy, either for law enforcement or correction certificates. So there could be, and if I'm not mistaken, I think there are other bills, perhaps in other iterations that are looking at that particular item, but this bill will not completely deal with that issue if there were, let's say, a bad acting sheriff who was not certified or chooses to remain in office after a certification is taken. That would not take that away. So hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick follow-up.
Yeah.
excuse me, Director, would you have an opposition to if we added to this bill that sheriffs needed to be certified by the Maine Criminal Justice Academy?
I applaud that, Representative Warren. I think that would be a great idea. And again, it's been a discussion that we've had quite some time.
Thank you very much.
Representative Pluker, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick note, which is perhaps more for Ms. Overton, but if these rules that we're discussing here would be routine technical or major substantive is important to the way I think of it. And then for Director Desjardins, could you give an idea of what standards of conduct might include or what they might include in other states?
Ms. Overton, did you want to go first or?
Oh.
Who's going to answer that? Okay.
In the draft that you have in front of you, the rules are routine technical.
Thank you.
So in regards to I can't describe what the ultimately, because I think it's important the process work through the system that we have with regards to, the committee within the board would essentially work through a draft proposal for standards and rules, and then ultimately that would go to public hearing, and then ultimately the public hearing comments would essentially hopefully guide those standards or rules to a vote and ultimately be codified. But examples like giglio, and I'm using terms that probably I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but truthfulness is a standard that currently doesn't necessarily eliminate an officer from being certified, but there are clearly some areas that in truthfulness that we would, I think, certainly address. Other issues around sexual harassment, conduct that is clearly violations of policy but don't rise to the level of crime would again be areas that I believe the board would want to try to address. Now, I would tell you, Representative, that I don't think the Academy's board wants to get into the business of moderating all behavior at all level of agency discipline and those kinds of things. But clearly, we have seen, I think, some pretty egregious examples of officers who haven't broken the law, and I use air quotes, but clearly shocked the conscience of most of us who just, it's just mind-boggling that they're still in the profession. So I think there would clearly be a process where we would flesh out those standards and rules and make those, I think, something that we can manage.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For clarification to Representative Warren, my bill today that I had in state and local, LD 1065, deals with exactly what you're looking to do. And I had unanimous support from the Maine Sheriff's Association, as well as the Maine Municipal Association. So I think that issue is going to be, I believe that issue is going to come out of that committee. And these other things that we're talking about, if that goes through, then the sheriffs, as well as every other law enforcement officer in the state, will all be under the academy for their accreditation, their certificate, and these things will all apply going forward.
Bravo, Representative. Did you say LD 1065?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll put that in this folder. I appreciate that.
Well, I didn't have my hand up, but that's exactly what I was going to say, if I may. First of all, sheriffs are elected. I was a member of state and local for 3 years. A bill came up, who can run for sheriff. And it was defined as mostly law enforcement, that they had to be like a police officer. I was instrumental in changing that because they also are supervising correctional officers and the jail. And full support of Representative Pickett did. His bill removes that. So there's a lot of layers about who can be a sheriff and who does supervise them. That bill that I saw a couple of years ago was a result of another sheriff that front page news, questionable behavior. And it's a long process on how to get them out, and also who quote supervises, who they report to, and it's the county commissioners. And even county commissioners were asking how to remove a sheriff. So, you know, bottom line is the people elect a sheriff. So I'm telling you this, well, we've had those discussions back and forth. There are many layers to that. So I'm not going to testify against Representative Pickett's, but I'll have another bill to change what he's doing today. No, Representative Pickett, you also have your hand up again. Would you want to make a comment?
Yes, just that the bill that I have does exactly what we've been talking about here today, as far as putting the sheriffs under the same umbrella as every other law enforcement officer. And also an answer to a question that I believe, I'm not sure who asked in regards to removal of a sheriff. Presently, the law is 30A subsection 441. That's the process of formal complaint by the county commissioners going to, and the governor having the final say in that at this particular time. But I do know there is a bill out there right now. I don't know if it's going to proceed or not, but it's LD 375. I believe it's Senator Kimes' bill that deals with this issue here.
Okay. Any more questions of Director Desjardins? If not, I'll go to Chief LaCroix.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, thank you for this last opportunity to testify today. The main chiefs appreciate it very much. LD 505, the Board of Trustees of the Maine Criminal Justice Academy currently has authority to discipline certified law enforcement officers pursuant to 25 MRS Section 2806A, disciplinary sanctions. However, the authority is limited generally to criminal conduct, certain violations of administrative conditions necessary to maintain certification. There are many other actions that could raise questions about the suitability of an individual to maintain their certification and to remain in law enforcement profession, over which the board has no authority. Among these are actions that bring into question a law enforcement's credibility as a witness in criminal action. This issue has been the subject of cases before the U.S. Supreme Court, which has ruled that all law enforcement organizations must, 1, provide to the prosecution any exculpatory material that would have a reasonable possibility of altering the results in a trial or could reasonably mitigate the sentencing of a defendant, and 2, any material relevant to the credibility of government witnesses, including but not limited to police officers. The Maine chiefs of police are aware of at least one situation in which a law enforcement agency hired an individual who had left a previous agency after having been determined by the local prosecutor to have given knowingly inaccurate information in the course of a criminal case. However, the officer was never disciplined, and the hiring agency was unaware of this situation until after the officer had been on the job for some period of time. If the officer's actions and statements had not been made while under oath, the officer may not have committed a criminal offense, and the action would therefore not have been subject to discipline by the Academy trustees. This is but one example of the kinds of behavior over which trustees should be given jurisdiction. Therefore, we ask you give LD 505 an ought to pass.
Any questions of Chief LaCroix? Seeing none, I will then ask, excuse me, if there's no one else that wish to speak in support, I'm asking if anybody is in the attendee room who wishes to speak in opposition. Please raise your hand.
Seeing no hands, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone, excuse me, wishing to offer testimony neither for nor against? Please raise your hand.
Again, seeing no hands.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat what I said to you, Representative McCray. Sometimes the best bills, the most confusing bills sometimes, are the best come from your gut. I think you did very well to have and consult with Commissioner Sawchuk, Brian McMaster, Director Desjardins, you know, the movers and the shakers that know this. And I think you've brought forward what a lot of people would like to see. And we're gonna really work this one. So thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee. Have a good day.
I will now, if no one has any questions or would like to offer them, I would close that the meeting on LD 505, or I should say LD 505, the presentation is closed. Thank you. You can tell it's time for lunch, I guess. Are we all set with returning at 1 p.m.? It's now 12:20. Most of you are home. And I see that CNP is now sending out notices. So yeah, it's kind of bad out here. We will see you at 1. Thank you. And it will be a work session. See you then.
Senator, are we starting with 769?
I don't know. I didn't make any adjustment to the lists for work session. I don't know if there is. Did you say that we were going to begin with 769?
I just put it up because it's first on the list, but I can change it easily enough.
Oh, see, okay, I failed to look at your list, which I always do. And I'm looking at the list that I and all the public see from the main legislature.gov. Huh. Okay, you're right. I've got two lists. That's really too bad. Well, I'm just saying, the public doesn't see the lists that we post that you do every week, and I've usually followed that. But I just so happened I didn't have that, so I printed out what's on the website. So for the public, it's completely different.
I saw that too. I saw that today
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
For the public, it's, if you want to write it down, Ms. Fahey, it's the first one is 271.
So what that system does is put everything in numerical order. And then the one we
That's
added
right.
later
That's right. It is
roll
a
call.
numerical order. Yeah.
So
Frankly, that's easier for me, but I'm going to ask Representative Warren. No one called me and, said they needed to go first. Did you get any contact? No?
no, not on this.
Well, I will read off the work session one that you published. Because you're right, it's not, what the public sees is numerical order, and we usually don't follow that. So unless I hear different from Representative Warren, we'll do, for those of you who don't have that, it'll be 769, 782, 521, 661, 271, and I believe we have Representative Morales's 476. For the members, if you look at that, you won't see 476, but remember, that was going to be presented on Wednesday, but Representative Morales, Department of Corrections couldn't meet with her on Tuesday. She met with them yesterday, and she's ready to present today. So 1, 2, 3. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a quorum, and it's 1:06. So let's get going, huh? Great. So I've established I'm looking at least 7 people. So we have a quorum. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, District 32. I represent Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and my hometown of Biddeford. I will be presiding today over this work session of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice, Public Safety. The purpose of a work session meeting is for the committee to receive information from staff and others in order for members to consider the legislative proposals before them and make recommendations to the legislature. We will be reviewing only members, committee members, the committee analysts, and those specifically invited to attend will be participating in the work session using Zoom. For members of the public wishing to observe this meeting, it is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel and will also be recorded for viewing after this meeting is concluded. I will now, I do need to also explain to you that the materials will be provided electronically for this meeting, either through screen share, email, posted on the committee's materials pages before the meeting or soon after. When it comes time for the committee to vote, we must have a quorum present, at least 7 members, including a senator. In order to be counted as present, your identity must be visually verifiable on the Zoom screen. I will now call on the members to introduce themselves, and I will begin with, where is Senator Searway? There he is.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which includes Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, and Clinton, as well as Unity Township.
Thank you. I will call on, well, Representative Costain. You are now Representative Renecki. But go ahead. Representative Costain, would you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't understand that. I used the same link I did this morning. Ms. Fay, could you correct that for me? Thank you. Dan Costain, I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Reckitt?
Thank you. I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland.
Thank you. Representative Renecki?
Hi, I'm Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and...
Thank you. And Representative Pluker?
Sorry, managing the phone here. I'm Representative Pluker, House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thanks. Representative Newman?
Yes, I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
And Representative Luckner?
Afternoon, I'm Grayson Luckner in District 37. It's part of Portland, out around the Jetport.
Okay. Representative Morales, are you with us? Can you introduce yourself, please? I will go to Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hallowell and the towns of West Gardner.
Hallowell.
Excuse me, and the towns of West Gardner and Manchester. It's been a long day. Thank you.
And I believe Representative
grab that and have water all over the place.
I don't grab it.
I will, I believe
Yeah, you've got quite a
Representative
bit there.
Pickett, who is talking? Okay. Representative Pickett, I believe, is testifying. I don't see him there. So he'll be joining us later.
Oh,
There he
I'm
is.
right here. I'm right
Good.
here.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. We also have a very important person when it comes to work sessions is Jane Overton, our policy analyst, who will remind us what we heard about a week ago. So, Jane, did you raise your hand and say hello?
No, I was waiting.
Okay, thank you. And our committee clerk is Deb Fahey, who's right there. And again, the numbers next to her are the numbers of the LD that we will be going over with. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bills today for work sessions. So if I don't see anybody have a question or a concern, we can begin. The first one that was printed on our work session list is 769. Oh,
Ready?
I had them in a different line. Wait one moment. 769, an act to increase the availability of mental health services for a defendant who has been found incompetent to stand trial. And that is Representative Stover's bill. And so I will turn it over, and on the screen is the analyst report. Go for it, Jane.
Okay. LD 769 authorizes the Commissioner of Corrections to accept the placement of an adult defendant in the intensive mental health unit at the Maine State Prison when that person has been found incompetent to stand trial, committed to the custody of the Commissioner of Health and Human Services for mental health treatment to restore competency and provided that certain conditions are met. There was a good deal of discussion about this bill at the public hearing. It is a complicated bill. There was a request for information about what is competency and incompetent. And in the middle of the paragraph there entitled competency, I mentioned that the competency is set by court case. And in the Jerrier case, which is fairly recent, the court explained in order to safeguard this constitutional right, the defendant must be capable of understanding the nature and object of the charges and proceedings against him, of comprehending his own condition in reference thereto, and of conducting in cooperation with his counsel, his defense in a rational and reasonable manner. So competency is not the same as mental illness. One could be suffering from a mental illness and competent. One could also be not suffering from mental illness and be incompetent. Just a second, I'm getting a reminder of a meeting that's popped up right up in the middle of my page. So that answers the question that was asked about what is the legal definition of incompetent to stand trial. And there was also information requested about what training correctional officers have that is relevant to their work with a person with mental illness. There's quite a bit of information here, but it was sent out to you ahead of time. And I would suggest that we maybe pass on going through it word by word. And I would suggest to you that there may be people here who you want to hear from because you asked for information on correctional officer training. You also asked for information on competence and incompetence. And I think you got a multi-page explanation of incompetence and mental health from the Department of Health and Human Services. I would say the bill talks about a mental health unit of a correctional facility. There is only one, and that is the intensive mental health unit at the state prison. So what can I help you with at this point?
Yep. I will ask the members, do you have any questions or would like to ask a question? I have Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. is Commissioner Liberty on? Is he able to come up?
Dr. Thornell, is he here?
Yes, Dr. Thornell is, but
Is that all right, Senator Seaway?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Dr. Thornell? Welcome, Dr. Thornell. Senator Seaway has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. Thornell. This bill, says about increasing the availability of mental health services, and I know that's always been the challenge of getting the resources and that sort of thing, and also for safety. I guess I have two questions. One is, how does this bill actually work as far as gaining availability? And then the other is, what do you do if it's an unsafe person and you're trying to figure out what, where he goes, what to do?
Absolutely. Thank you for both of those questions, Senator. I'll do my best to answer both of them. So in terms of the first question, by the way, my name is Ryan Thornell. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Corrections. As far as the first question, in terms of how the bill would work, the way the current process works is if there's an individual in the county jails who is pending court disposition and is slated for an evaluation, potentially to be found incompetent to stand trial, or what have you, they can be referred to the intensive mental health unit if the county jail is unable to manage them pending the evaluation process. And then we manage them in the intensive mental health unit up until the point in which the evaluation process is completed and an order and finding is entered. If they're found incompetent to stand trial, they're then moved from the intensive mental health unit to the state hospital. In this situation, the way the process would work, as I understand it, is if they required intensive mental health unit services because of their level of violence and aggression, they would likely already be in the IMHU while that evaluation is occurring. And then when that finding is entered, they would remain with us. Or if they are in the state hospital, having been found incompetent to stand trial and become dangerous and violent to beyond the state hospital's capability, they would then be able to be transferred to the IMHU. So I think that is, as I understand, a logistical process of how it would work and how they would arrive to us. In terms of your second question, what occurs if they are unsafe in the IMHU? Really, the first 7 to 10 days is the critical period in which, from a management perspective in the mental health unit, that's where we focus. That's when their acuity level is the highest, and that's when we are most concerned and have the heightened concern for dangerousness and their safety and other safety. During that first 7 to 10 days, it's really our assessment and evaluation process with our clinical team. We implement a regimen of medication. We allow out of room, out of cell time in a safe manner. If restraints are required, in order to do that, then we do utilize restraints in the correctional setting. But we bring them out into a day space, into treatment rooms, into recreation areas, into calming rooms in a safe manner during that first 7 to 10 days. But we have the ability to restrain them and utilize security protocols if necessary. Typically, beyond that 7 to 10 days, they've become more stabilized. We typically have medication compliance, and then There's much more introduction into the milieu of the unit, much more socialization and interactions with others, and they're out in a more safe, ongoing manner throughout the day.
So just a follow-up.
Yes, go
Madam
right
Chair.
ahead. Yeah.
Just so this bill, how would it differ from what it is now? I mean, to make the big difference.
The
And
biggest
would it be
difference.
positive? Would be positive.
The biggest difference from what we currently have for process to what this bill proposes is once an individual is determined to be incompetent to stand trial, they would be allowed to still remain in or go to the intensive mental health unit at the Maine State Prison. Currently, that is not possible once there's a finding of being IST.
So this would make it safer, basically.
This would give them another option for housing them in a more secure manner.
All right, thank you.
I have Representative Newman, followed by Representative Reckett and Representative Warren.
Madam Chair. Mr. Thornell, how many patients have been referred to the IMHU with the current process that they're using? Ballpark in the last couple of years.
Yes, thank you, Representative, for the question. In terms of actual referrals, which include both Department of Corrections referrals and county jail referrals, because we do refer internally as well. In calendar year 2020, we had a total of 33 referrals across the county jail and DOC system. In 2019, we had a total of 38 referrals. And in 2018, we had 54 referrals. So that gives you the last 3 calendar years.
Follow up, please.
Go right ahead.
How many individuals that are sent to the IMHU had a discharge plan basically back to the community versus returning to the incarceration?
I do not have that specific number in front of me. I apologize. I would have to follow up with that information.
I'm not sure if maybe one of the Mr. Bouffard, I don't know if he's in the waiting room. He might be able to answer that.
Can I ask you to clarify, just repeat that question because I missed a word. You asked Representative Newman, how many have a discharge plan to the community or?
Yeah, coming out of there, going to the community versus being kept in incarceration or Riverview.
Okay, thank you. Who is it that you wish to ask a question?
Yeah, I believe it's Mr. Bouffard, that's the superintendent of Riverview. Maybe he might be able to, if he's available, he might be able to answer.
Mr. Bouffard, can you answer that question?
Deb, could you
He's on his way over.
Great. Could you also please bring over the sponsor of the bill, Representative Stover,
Absolutely.
Dr. Bader, Dr. Davis, and Molly Bogart, in addition to Superintendent Bouffard? Thank you.
That makes a quorum. No,
We just heard a similar discussion at the Judiciary Committee this morning, so I can fill you in because it's almost the same bill. It's a companion bill, they say.
Oh, Mr. Bouffard, that question was directed to you from Representative Newman. He could repeat it for you.
Yep. Mr. Bouffard's muted.
You are muted, Mr. Bouffard.
Yeah, I heard the question. I got pulled into the meeting at the same time that I was trying to respond. I would have to, I'd have to confer with the DOC, with Ryan, the IMHU, to really be able to respond to that accurately.
All right, thank you.
Is that it for you, Representative Newman?
I'll have more, but I'll let some other people go first.
Okay. The next one, I have Representative Reckett, followed by Representative Warren.
As I was just about to say, this morning in the Judiciary Committee, we had the other bill from Representative Stover, and we had Ms. Bogart and somebody different with her, talking about what I took to be a sort of companion bill to this one, in the sense that it's along the same lines, but it's for a different population of people. And Molly, you might be able to tell me whether my memory, even 2 hours later, is accurate. But it's what happened in that committee after some lengthy discussion and some consultation with the department is that there were, and I think there was an amendment from the department. I don't even know if it would be relevant to this bill, but the committee decided to table it for a couple of weeks to try to get everybody clear about what was going on around the bill, because nobody really understood, I think, what was happening and how. So I don't know whether it would be appropriate, if we come to a similar conclusion, to try to get everybody, or at least the chairs of both committees, to talk to each other about where this bill is in both places and whether or not they overlap and how they connect, and probably DOC as well, and the Riverview people.
Representative Reckett, is that 747?
Yes.
An act regarding civil mental health evaluations?
Yeah, so I think it was a civil versus criminal difference, but I'm not positive about that. But that was 747. I just fished it out so I wouldn't speak totally off the cuff.
Okay. I think we'll put that in the parking lot for a minute. I don't know if there was a direct question to Ms. Stover. I think it's up to us to decide.
Right.
But I want to thank you for sharing that. We'll get to that. I'd like to stick with what we've got, and then maybe we can marry the two. I then will go to Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't know if, I agree that we should put that bill in the parking lot, but I didn't know if Representative Reckett had a question for Molly, and if Molly, Ms. Bogart wanted to answer that. But maybe we're just going to leave that alone and come back to it.
Well, my question to Ms. Bogart was, am I crazy, or is that what's happening?
I didn't want her to answer that.
I've known her for a long time. I won't take it badly if she diagnoses me in that way. So.
That's not a good word for this topic right
No,
here.
it isn't. I realized that
She'll
once
be
it was out
missing
of my
next
mouth.
time.
I am not the clinicians on this call, but thank you. I'm Molly Bogart. I'm Director of Government Relations for the department, and I appreciate the inclination to put that bill in the parking lot. I think there was a connection drawn between them based on a misunderstanding of 747 that we've since addressed. They really are at different ends of the spectrum that we're talking about here, and so we're happy to talk about that here, but I'm not sure there's enough of a connection to make it valuable for your time.
Okay.
Great, that's very helpful.
That would be
Thank
fine.
you.
That's fine. The committee this morning was trying to figure out that there must be another bill somewhere, and they didn't know where or what it was. So, and I hadn't looked at this schedule, so I didn't know that at the time. So anyway, I'm perfectly happy to deal with it today, if you think that would be the productive way to go.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. So it sounds like we'll leave that over in Judiciary and we'll focus on the bill here. I wanted to hear from the department, whoever wanted to take this on. As Jane said, we did get a memo in between the public hearing and today's work session. I found it useful, and I just wondered if someone from the department wanted to sort of present to us, or the sponsor, I don't mean to sidestep the sponsor, wanted to present this to us.
Which department are you talking about, Representative?
Oh, thank you. The Department of Health and Human Services sent us a memo about this bill.
Is that the one that begins amend the bill by striking everything? Is that the one? No.
Nope, it's on letterhead and it starts, Maine DHHS respectfully submits additional information for committee's consideration to provide clarity from the public hearing to address testimony from interested parties. I believe it came to us yesterday from Molly. Yes, from Ms. Bogart yesterday afternoon. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Is that something you're asking if the department would respond to that?
I just thought it might be helpful for us to have them present the information. I think that they are responding to a bunch of questions and concerns that were raised at the public hearing. And I was thinking it would be helpful to hear them provide that information to committee members, to
Thank
us.
you. Go. Who would like to address that? And that's Dr. Abeda.
Thank you. I would like to address that. As one of the authors of the memo, it was to clarify, as Representative Warren said, some of the testimony that was given at the public hearing. So I'll just really quickly start by saying that there is case law, as was noted earlier, that defines what competence to stand trial is. And we did include that in the memo. I won't review it again because it was very nicely reviewed at the very beginning of this work session. And so one of the things I wanted to clarify, because a representative from the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers indicated an impression that this bill would allow the department to place at the IMHU defendants who were not only incompetent to stand trial, but unrestorable, non-restorable to competence. And that is, that was a misperception of this bill. Someone who was found incompetent to stand trial by the court and found again to be not restorable, their charges are dismissed. And under no circumstances would that defendant remain in any kind of incarcerated or correctional setting. So I just wanted to clarify that. But more importantly, we wanted to emphasize that this is a very small number of defendants, maybe something like 5 defendants a year who are so dangerous by virtue, the common denominator of all the folks that are sent to the IMHU is dangerousness. Many, if not most, have a mental illness, but some don't. But the common denominator is dangerousness. And when they're placed, those dangerous patients are placed at Riverview. What happens is that the entire forensic pipeline, the pipeline that takes people out of jails under court orders to come to Riverview, is slowed to a crawl because of the necessity to close sections of units, intensively staff for these very dangerous patients. And so what happens is that we get longer and longer wait times in jails. And so for those very few defendants, if the court found and this is not in the language of the bill, but it's important to know that we're very supportive of adding clear and convincing evidence, the clear and convincing evidence standard, that if a court finds by clear and convincing evidence that the defendant is dangerous and all the parties had a chance to make their arguments and the court finds that, then that would authorize the commissioner of the Department of Corrections to accept that defendant at the IMHU. And that's very important, that there is a judicial safeguard for placing a defendant who was found IST at the IMHU. And it would be for competence restoration. And competence restoration happens in the community for those defendants who are not at risk to public safety, who do not belong in a secure psychiatric hospital, but are still incompetent to stand trial. Competence restoration happens in the community. It also happens at Riverview. There's the same protocol that's used at Riverview. And again, that protocol would be imported to the and trained up with the staff at the IMHU so that they could offer competence restoration as well. So restoration to competence is the goal of, would be the goal of these placements. The other important thing that's in the memo to understand is that this whole initiative to be able to place this very small number of patients at the IMHU is bi-directional. So if, let's say, someone is in the jail, is found IST by the court, is thought to be restorable, but they're very, very dangerous, and a court finds by clear and convincing evidence that they should be placed at the IMHU, they could be placed there. But if their behavior stabilized, there would be a mechanism to return them to care at Riverview. And so it is bi-directional. And it's the same with folks that are placed at Riverview. We're able, once they stabilize at Riverview, we're able to let them finish their competence restoration in the community when they clear. So the emphasis to this in this whole bill is to be able to place people in the most appropriate settings. And this bill would complete that continuum of care, whereby people would either be placed in the community, or if they're acutely ill in the hospital, or if they're very dangerous at the intensive mental health unit. And I think as a department, we're so confident about the low number of patients, defendants who would be placed at the IMHU, and the quality of care that they would receive there, and the ability to return to Riverview, that we would be also supportive of a sunset provision that was suggested by the Kevin Voitovich from Disability Rights, that you pick a time, pick a period at which we can study this and prove to the legislature and to disability rights and to other stakeholders that this is a fair and efficacious process. I think that makes a lot of sense. It would allow a period of time to study it, and it would also give people who have real concerns about this bill the opportunity to bring if there are still lingering concerns after the study period, to bring it back before the legislature. So I just really thank you for your time, for me to review the provisions in the memo, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
That question came from who now? Is it, Representative Warren? Are you all set there for now? Thank you. Okay. Again, I know I see different hands up, but this is for the members to ask. So I need to recognize Representative Newman, followed by Senator Seaway and Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Dr. Davis. Patients that are committed to DHHS, how does DHHS plan to track these patients and be involved in their treatment, restoration, discharge planning? And also, will DHHS provide, will a DHHS provider be assigned?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Newman, for the question. To introduce myself to folks, my name is Dr. Matthew Davis. I'm a board certified psychiatrist and the clinical director at Riverview Psychiatric Center. I'm also distinguished fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. In terms of your questions, Representative Newman, to some extent, I think Dr. Bader could answer the bigger DHHS picture a little bit better than I can with her role within the Office of Behavioral Health. What I can say is that we at Riverview will, as it currently stands, get all of the orders when State Forensics receives a court order for an IST. We get all of those currently, and we manage them and track them with wherever the individual is at within the system. And through the time they come to Riverview, most of the time, occasionally these folks will go to Dorothea Dix, but for all intents and purposes, they come to Riverview until the competence process has been completed, whether the person's been found competent and can go on to face the charges, or whether they're deemed incompetent and the charges are typically usually dropped in most instances, although not all. What I can say is that we work very closely with DOC and the IMHU specifically, and in my few years at Riverview, that has only strengthened under Superintendent Bouffard's leadership, and really with the excellent leadership of Deputy Commissioner Thornell. I think that we have an excellent working relationship. Currently, we collaborate on a number of issues. Actually, interestingly, there was a gentleman who was found IST at the IMHU probably about 6 to 8 weeks ago. And he had some very serious medical issues, and without kind of getting into all the detail, we worked very closely together, our team and their team, to make sure that he got his medical issues addressed in a timely manner so that his transfer could be safely completed and we could take care of him appropriately at Riverview. This is actually quite a dangerous individual, but it wound up working out well with the collaboration that we undertook. There have been a number of instances with that over the last few years in which we've provided consultation to them on some of the challenging patients they've had with some of the expertise that we have in our building, mostly in terms of medication recommendations, psychopharmacology, and I only see that relationship strengthening over time. Did that address all of your questions, Representative?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
I'll recognize, I gotta say, while I'm listening to all of you, I'm very visual. Be great if we had a flow chart, wouldn't it? We'd be able to follow where someone's going, and I can see Dr. Bader's probably gonna bring one up next time. So, Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to Dr. Bader, it sounds like it's a good plan. I just wanted to give Rodney Bouffard a chance to speak. And also I wanted to ask him if this bill, as it's written, is sufficient, or should it be amended a little bit, like the sunset clause possibly for 2 years or something like that. So just wanted to hear your input.
Thank you for the question, Senator Seaway. My name is Rod Bouffard. I'm the superintendent of Riverview Psychiatric Center. I do think, just to respond to the sunset clause, I do think we ought to adapt that language within the bill. I think it would show that, we're working in good faith. We're collaborating with folks that have concerns about this. And I think it's really important that, the parties that have concerns have an opportunity to have input in the bill. So, I would agree with that. As far as whether there needs to be anything else added to the bill, I think the bill, other than those few amendments, is good the way that it is. I think, it certainly, I think best meets the needs of the patient the way that it's written. And so I wouldn't recommend any changes other than the ones that we've already discussed.
I see Jane raising her hand.
I just wanted to remind you that Dr. Bader suggested adopting another amendment that was suggested at the public hearing, and that was on line 9 of the bill, to require that the finding be a finding by clear and convincing evidence by the court. So if we're making a list of possible amendments, I just want to make sure you remember that one.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see who I think I had Representative Kluger next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this first question is for Jane, in that my reading of the bill does not give any power. This bill gives power to the Commissioner of DOC. to accept placement of adult defendants into the mental health unit. It does not give the power to the Commissioner of Health and Human Services, nor power to the courts to place defendants in the IMHU. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. And so, which leads me to, I think, more questions for Dr. Thornell, if that's all right, which is, we haven't, so since this bill primarily affects DOC's ability to take, and I think less having to do with Department of Health and Human Services ability to, we're hearing why they want it to happen, but we aren't hearing so much from DOC about their desire to hear it happen. So I'd love to hear that from Dr. Thornell, if they have a position on the bill.
Certainly, and thank you, Representative, for the question. And yes, our position on the bill has been in support of the bill. And largely our position in support of the bill is we support a continuum of care for the mental health system. And we recognize that the intensive mental health unit is one part of that continuum of care. And we are very confident in the clinical services and security services provided in that unit. And so if it's determined to be appropriate for these individuals to be able to be placed into the IMHU, which is what is being proposed, then we would accept them into the IMHU and deliver the services to them and still be part of that continuum of care. It's really the same clientele that we're working with right now, just at a different point in the system with a different status attached to them beyond where they're currently with us. So yeah, that's really our position. And the part, as has been spoken to already, the partnership that and collaboration that's in place right now and communication, I think only strengthens the intent of this and really the continuum of services that are in place.
Thank you. And a follow-up, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
There's been some discussion that these folks might be coming into the IMHU at a higher level of acuity than the general population in IMHU. And you spoke earlier about the potential need of restraints or locking people away. Could you just talk a little bit about availability of beds, staffing currently in the IMHU, and if you were faced with someone who is highly acute or highly threatening to staff, would you prefer to send those folks back to Riverview, or would you see them potentially going into administrative segregation?
Certainly, thanks for those questions. I'll try to peel them back a little bit. So in terms of capacity of the IMHU, physical capacity, I do not have any concerns about the small number of these individuals coming in. As Dr. Bader mentioned, the estimate is maybe 5 individuals in a year's time. I've always heard it in single digits as we've debated this topic. And so I do not have any capacity concerns. The intensive mental health unit is in a housing area that has up to 50 rooms. We staff that unit clinically and security for a population really around the 30 to 32 mark. And our average daily population in there is roughly 25 individuals. So that gives you kind of just a sense of what we're able to handle currently, what we do handle on a day-to-day basis. In terms of, the response to some of these individuals coming into the unit, as I mentioned briefly, the individuals in the unit already, IST or no IST, have a level of violence and aggression in their behavior when they come to the IMHU. And the IMHU is equipped with staff, security staff, and clinical staff to address that level of dangerousness, as Dr. Bader characterized it. And so I do not see this population coming in bringing any additional level of violence or serious incidents into the unit. And specifically to your question about administrative segregation or administrative status, we do not transfer individuals from the IMHU to administrative segregation or administrative status. We have mechanisms in the IMHU where we're able to have people in their rooms for small periods of time to have clinical interventions, bring them out in treatment team meeting rooms, again, in restraints if necessary. It's a much more controlled therapeutic environment. And we prefer to manage that on that housing unit where we have the direct clinical interventions in there 7 days a week, and security staff specifically trained in mental health practices. And so we would not transfer them, even though it's in the same building, as I know you're aware, we would not transfer them into that restrictive housing environment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I have one final question for Dr. Bader, if that's all right, Madam Chair.
Yes. I'm looking at how many you want to speak. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Bader, if I'm understanding correctly, a transfer to the IMHU is purely if it's going to serve a restorative function. So there's going to be a clinical analysis that this person would be best served in meeting and being restored by going to the IMHU. Is that true?
That's true. There'll be both a clinical oversight, a clinical sort of triage assessment. There will also be a judicial oversight.
Thank you very much.
And Representative Pluker, where'd he go? Oh, Representative Pluker, having been a state employee, no commissioner has power. They have authority, okay? Just thought I'd throw that in there. I have Representative Newman, is that an old hand you've got up there? Oh,
No.
So you are next then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's for Superintendent Bouffard. I was just wondering, how often does Riverview or Dorothea Dix take transfers from the IMHU that no longer are considered dangerous, but they still need additional mental health treatment? And would it be the same process or parallel process for the IST?
Again, what I'd rather do, rather than just respond without having the information out front of me, is I'd like to get the data and get back to you, Senator Representative Newman, if I could.
Okay. Could I have a follow-up then, Madam Chair?
Go right ahead.
One last question. This one's going to be for Dr. Bader. I heard you talking about how the people are going to go to the IMHU. Is that going to be, I believe it was going to be ordered by a judge, or is that determined by DHHS? And do you already have the policies and procedures in place for if the people are allowed to go to the IMHU that are IST?
Well, let me put it this way. We have thought through what the policies and procedures would need to be for the ISTs to go, IST defendants to go to the IMHU. It would be a similar procedure that is used for folks who are, there's another kind of court order that places people, that can place people at the IMHU, and that is for defendants, pre-trial defendants who just need, they're not found IST, but they're ordered for a commitment for observation and treatment. And that runs at the same time as the court wants an evaluation for, are they competent to proceed? You know, are there other issues that we need to know about? And on that court order, there is a box that after a hearing, the judge can check to indicate that the IMHU is the most appropriate placement due to dangerous levels of behavior. So if this bill were to pass, we envision a very similar procedure where that box would be checked, indicating that the court has found that this, by clear and convincing evidence, that this individual is best placed, at least to start, at the IMHU because of dangerousness.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good question too. I then have Representative Morales followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to follow up on Representative Newman's questions, which I'm really thankful for, because I think they've clarified some issues for me. I want to know a little bit more about the judicial oversight piece of it, as Dr. Bader was talking about, because as I read in the bill, there's oversight for the initial determination of the dangerousness, but then there doesn't seem to be a place, and maybe there's another section in the code for a review of that determination, and wanting to go back to what Representative Newbern wants to find out is how often then are folks moved out of IMHU and potentially go back to or go to Riverview. Where is that in here and in the code?
It's not in this particular bill, but what happens when someone is found incompetent to stand trial is that it triggers automatically it's in the Title 15 101D. I'll just refer you there. It triggers automatically a series of follow-up evaluations. And in those evaluations, a state forensic service examiner would do essentially another competence evaluation. How is it going? Is restoration happening? Has the person been restored to competence or not? Do they continue to need, where they are? Can they be placed? Because no one has gone, no ISTs have gone to the IMHU yet, this has to be built in. But what happens now is if someone's at Riverview and subject to those follow-up, it's like 30-day, 60-day, 180-day minimally, sometimes far more than that, they're reevaluated. But if they're at Riverview now and the thought is to move them back into the community, that has to go back before a judge, and a judge will then issue a bail order, which is another box that they can check on the Title 15 order that would allow them to move from Riverview into the community. And we envision a similar scheme where the follow-up evaluations are going to happen. Those are already in statute. And so once the evaluator opines about how well they're doing with respect to competence restoration and whether they still continue to need this intensive level of treatment, those reports are submitted to the court for the court's consideration and any amendment to the court order.
Okay, is it all right if I follow up? And so those built-in reviews, they're just automatic. There's no petitioning on the part of the defendant. No, and
I'm sorry, excuse me. They are automatic.
Okay, and the defendant is represented by counsel before the court at each of these reviews?
Yes, sometimes it's if the defense attorney, they are always represented at every juncture. If the defense counsel has nothing to argue in that, say the report says no change for right now, or maybe a little bit better, but not quite, it hasn't quite met the competence bar. Sometimes that report is simply entered into the record with no, without any, but certainly if the defense counsel wants to have a motion for a hearing, that is every single time that's an option.
Okay, that was my major question. I have one more question, Senator, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Pickett and Representative Warren will talk to you afterwards, but go ahead.
These are all clarifying questions, I promise you.
Okay.
So the process is for competence restoration, and that's what happens with DHHS, and you have trained professionals who work at that aspect of things. What I want to know is if we are now having folks on the DOC side receiving those services in a DOC setting, who are the trained professionals who are going to be able to provide that competence restoration at the DOC?
I'm happy to know if anyone else don't want to monopolize the conversation here. Well, okay. Riverview has a whole competence restoration protocol right now that they can train staff and import into the IMHU. There is a memorandum of agreement right now between DHHS and DOC where consultation is part of that MOA, case management is part of that MOA. There's all kinds of things that are sort of cooperative responsibilities from both the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Corrections within that memorandum of agreement. And so we certainly, the staff at the IMHU, because this would be a wholly new endeavor in terms of, they're very good at treatment, but in terms of that small piece of actual competence restoration protocols, they would need some training on that. And I'm speaking now for Riverview, and I apologize, but it's my expectation that Riverview and myself would be part of that training process.
Thank you. I'll stop there. I do have lots more questions, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Whoops, that last one brought up a lot of questions also. Representative Pickett and followed by Representative Warren.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bader, the bill itself is trying to, is giving the Commissioner of Corrections to accept the placement of an adult defendant in a mental health unit of a correctional facility. In other words, giving them the ability or authorizing them to accept them. That doesn't mean that every person that is in to find out whether they're competent or not will be in a confined place or will be in an IMHU unit. It just means where they can get work toward being restored to competency. And as the question I have for you in the memorandum, and you said that you were in part putting this together. On the first page, it says the passage of LD 769 would complete a continuum of care for defendants found IST and who are restorable. And then, but I guess what I'm getting at, if I'm understanding this right, reading the memo, you're first and foremost for the treatment of the patient and to restore them back to competency. You want to do that in the least, you want the treatment to be where public safety is certainly a key to that, but you want it to be restored in a community-based restoration effort, if at all possible. That's your first choice. Is that correct?
The least restrictive environment is our first choice. Yes.
Right. And so the ones that we really are concerned about here with the Department of Corrections, and that you may want to answer that, or Dr. Thornell certainly is on board and he can answer it, whichever or both, is the fact that ones that could present a danger to themselves or someone else if they were in a community-based, whereas if they were in the DOC, they would have people trained to know how to deal with people that are in that situation where they might do harm to themselves or somebody else because of their situation. So I guess in that respect, we're hearing, if I'm correct, there are very few that come through in that position. Is that correct?
I want to not forget the middle. There's the community, but then there's Riverview. Riverview takes highly acute patients right now and will always and continue to take highly psychiatrically acute patients who meet blue paper criteria, which, as many of you have heard, is a standard that speaks to dangerousness to self and others. This much smaller subset that we're talking about for the IMHU are folks whose dangerousness is more predatory in nature, is less a function of mental illness, and who present a very grave danger and have demonstrated a very grave danger to staff and patients at Riverview. And in order to even try to safely maintain them at Riverview, it just shuts the whole pipeline down. So yes, we are talking about that small subset who are very dangerous, not so much due to their mental illness, but just due to personality, criminologic characteristics, and other predatory kind of violent behavior that would be targeted for the IMHU.
Yeah, and I was getting to that because the continuum is to first least restrictive community-based, Riverview, and then DOC if necessary. That's pretty much how it would work, and that's what the goal is of this bill, is to allow that last piece to happen. And
that's the continuum. That's the completion of the continuum. Thank you, Representative Pickett. That's perfect.
And so the other question I have, and I don't know, I think you were asked part of it. You might have even been asked all of it, but I'd like to ask Dr. Thornell the same question. And that is, there was information requested on training provided to the correctional officers, and that's why I'd like this question to go to Dr. Cornell, that is relevant to the correctional officers' work with a person with mental illness. So Dr. Thornell, would you weigh in on that? I know there's been a lot of questions around that, and there's people on the committee that would like to know what training they have, and what makes them in a position to be able to deal with people with mental illness in a way that that maybe somebody in a community setting would not be able to.
Absolutely.
Dr. Thornell? Okay.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate the question. And yes, the security staff in the intensive mental health unit do receive specialized training focused on that unit compared to our other correctional officer staff in the rest of our department's housing units. And so one distinguishing piece I want to just point out, and I think Dr. Bader put this in the memo, the security staff in the intensive mental health unit are not correctional officers. They are considered correctional acuity specialists. And it's a specific job function written for working with those that suffer from serious mental illness in our correctional system. And we establish that separate job function because they require a different level of training and different roles and responsibilities in interacting with that population. So part of that training starts upon hire into that position. And so in addition to correctional training, correctional academy training, and other post-school training, staff hired into the IMHU receive additional training focused on working with those with mental illness, serious mental illness. Our different policies focused on the intensive mental health unit because our general population policies don't all apply in that housing unit because we take into account different types of trauma, different types of issues that this population has associated with them, not necessarily present in the other housing units. And then we orient them to the schedule, the milieu, and the clinical components of that housing unit. And so we don't train them to be clinicians, but we have them trained by our clinical team so they understand the clinical roles and the theories that are utilized by our clinicians in treatment on that unit. And so that typically amounts to anywhere between 12 to 16 hours of additional training prior to starting in that housing unit. And then on top of that, on an annual basis or due to COVID every other year, we try to train up to 40 hours of specialized training. And some of it is refresher training, some of it is new training, specifically focused on working in the intensive mental health unit. Some of those trainings may involve the collaboration with Riverview and the clinical team there, or be training specifically focused from our training staff and IMHU team. But again, it focuses on those points I mentioned, really based in the specifics of working in that unit and not working in the other areas of our department.
Thank you, Dr. Thornell, because I think that was something that we were really looking to get some clarity on, and that's been very helpful.
Representative Warren, and I'd like to follow up also afterwards. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. These have all been really great questions. A couple things are obvious to me. One, we're going to need more time. So at some point, I'm going to ask us to table this bill. I'm not going to do that now. I just wanted people to have a fair warning so they can get their questions in. But secondly, I would like to hear from Attorney Voivodich from Disability Rights Maine. He also brought up a lot of these issues, and I think he also can answer some of the questions that we're asking. So Deb, would you be willing to bring him over for us, please?
I'm doing so now.
Thank you.
He has 2 appearances. I hope I got the right one.
Okay. Maybe he's got one for camera and one for sound. Maybe you want to bring over both, but he can tell us.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Attorney Voivodich, you've, I'm sure, been hearing the whole discussion, so I wanted to give you the opportunity to weigh in on what you've heard from, I think the department has responded to some concerns, and I'd like to hear your thinking about that. But also what I'm hearing from folks, and I share this concern as well, is how do we know, what's the process of once somebody gets into the IMHU, of them getting back, et cetera? I think you've heard the questions. I don't need to reframe them to you. So thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. So I had a couple comments on what I've heard so far, and I'll work backwards with your last question there. I think I respect Dr. Bader and what she's talking about related to the competency hearings. One of the concerns, and this just occurred to me today, or I would have brought it up sooner, is there's really no way for the individual to petition once they're at IMHU if they think the evidence might show they're safe at that point to get back to the state hospital. It's really just the judgment of DOC. So I think the competence hearings, my understanding of the competence hearings, they're simply looking at whether the person's competent to stand trial or not. And I'm not sure that the court would entertain the separate judgment about whether they're safe to return to the state hospital custody at that point. It's just not clear to me. And I understand the intent behind it, what was talked about, but I think that is a concern to me, that there's really no appeal petition process for the person when they're at the IMHU to try to get back at some point, at some period. So that was a one piece that I think is very important to focus on. The other piece I want to focus on is really the drafting of the bill as it reads today, because I understand the overarching, I've read the DHHS's letter, and I think I want to contrast that with what the bill says, if that's okay, because I think the Part 1A of the bill specifically says the defendant is a person with mental illness, and as a result of that person's mental illness, they pose a likelihood of serious harm. Now, I just want to contrast that, which respectfully, with the department's letter, which talks about in the first or second paragraph under background, that they're talking about predatory violence distinct from mental illness. And I heard Dr. Davis, who I have a lot of respect for, talking about the differences. And one of my concerns in particular with the bill as written is that it would take up that population that I didn't hear it was the department's intent to take up. And it will allow for someone with, say, a serious mental illness such as schizophrenia or bipolar disorder to then be transferred based on behaviors related to that illness that potentially could be treated in the hospital environment with other treatments. So I think that's one of my, that's a critical concern about this bill. If it goes forward like that, I'm incredibly concerned about this bill from a rights perspective, because it is saying that the bill as written says we're going to send you, because of your behavior due specifically to a mental illness, to a state prison versus, and so while you're incompetent to stand trial. So I think that is one of my big concerns about this bill. I'm not a supporter of this bill. As you know, I was neither for nor against. So I'm just trying to say to the committee what my major concerns are, because you don't have that appeal process. It specifically references mental illness as the cause, which is not what I heard from the department. And I think there's really, when we do this, there has to be a clear process. There's also really I respect the department's comment about the MOU for restoration treatment, and I do believe they could do that. But there's nothing that guarantees that in the language of the bill, which does leave it open to challenge in the future. I know I respect the DOC. I believe they could do this, but the fact is that if DOC changes hands in 10 years and something goes haywire and they're not doing it, it would absolutely be open to challenge. So there's nothing in the current statute as written that guarantees that. And so I have a lot of drafting concerns about the statute itself. And then really, most importantly, if you are there, you don't want to get dumped there. And so you need to really think about that, giving the person some right. And I also noticed, actually, as I was reading through this, that Section 2 of the bill talks about the commissioner may terminate the placement. But I think they mean the DOC commissioner, but I'm not quite clear in the bill which commissioner is terminating the placement. And I think that's important because you have a dual custody agreement between the two state departments, and that could create confusion, for individuals in the law with the law as written. But I think, again, just as a last comment, I think this has to be looked at with really, really great caution and carefully. And like I said, I'm not a proponent, but I worry really significantly about the language going through as written. Thank you.
Mr. Davis, I'd like to make a statement if I need to refer to you. Thank you. Where's Representative Warren? Okay, are you all set? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I've said it before, and thank you, Mr. Doctor, yes, Attorney Babodich, for stating that. That's something I think Ms. Overton may have. I've said it before. The way the bill was written on section 1, number 1, all it says is the commissioner. I've always interpreted that to be the DOC commissioner, but I think we need a clarification. And number 2, again, it says the commissioner. The number 2 to me sounded like DHHS commissioner, because that's who may terminate. That's my guess, but I think we need to find out what that means. And I want to go back. I got a question. We were talking about staff. I've heard the people talk about clinical staff, and we talked about the training of correctional staff. They're called correctional acuity. I didn't even know the title, whatever it is. So I would be remiss for every case manager in the whole state of Maine not to ask the question about case management services in IMHU. And so I think it's somewhat a 3-part, and I'm looking at Dr. Thornell that I'd like to know if there is a specific case manager assigned to that unit. And number 2, the relationship between the case manager at Riverview. And I think there would be a lot of dialogue, or at least initially, as far as intake and past history, family connections. Family still plays a role in here somewheres, and that falls on the caseworker. So that's my question to you, Dr. Thornell.
Thank you, Senator. And I appreciate the question around case management because it's near and dear to me as well. And so I would just add, my answer is really 3 parts in terms of addressing case management in the unit. So the correctional acuity specialist, which is the security staff member in the IMHU, part of their job specification in that job title does revolve around basic case management, day-to-day case management in the intensive mental health unit. And so they do case management functions most similar to what would be phone calls, family connections, facilitating outside correspondence, visitation, those day-to-day case management needs in the housing unit are performed by the CAS staff. Additionally, we have an intensive case manager from DHHS assigned to the intensive mental health unit full-time. And so they work and operate in the intensive mental health unit as their 40-hour-a-week job, and are part of that unit and treatment team. And so they provide both case management services in the unit, but also are the bridge to the Riverview Dorothea Dix communications where it may be appropriate, and also any discharge release planning to the community or back to a county jail. So they're connected into that intensive case management network that spans the entire state. But we have one dedicated strictly to the intensive mental health unit. And then thirdly, I want to mention we also have a unit manager assigned specifically to the intensive mental health unit. And if you are familiar with unit management, those of you familiar with DOC, the unit manager supervises the unit treatment team and the unit team in general, but also has the ability to provide case management functions. And our unit manager in the intensive mental health unit does that as well as part of their role overseeing that unit. And so that covers really the gamut of case management available in that unit specifically.
Glad I asked the question because I'd give you an A. I'm surprised, really. I really am. I'm glad I asked the question. Thank you. And Dr. Davis, you had your hand up when Mr. Volovich was talking. Are you going to be responding to something he may have said, or I have I have two members that wish to speak, so.
I defer to Dr. Davis when it's my turn, and then I'll go after Dr. Davis. But please take Representative Newman.
Thank you.
I do want to hear from Dr. Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Representative Newman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if John Pelletier was in the waiting room. I'd like to have an opinion of what CLAC seems to think about the amendment they proposed, the sunset clause, and possibly even what Mr. Voyadich talked about on the petition process for review.
Well, I do know that CLAC is meeting this afternoon, so I'm not sure. Is he with us today?
He's in the attendees room.
Well, maybe we can find out if we're going to table this and get some information from them.
Very good.
Keep Representative Newman will make sure that we let Mr. Pelletier know when we're doing this bill again, so he can be here.
Thank you.
So, Representative Warren?
I'll defer to Dr. Davis if that's okay.
Yep, go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau. I wanted to address specifically one of the issues that Attorney Voivodich raised about the mental illness aspect of this. And I'll try to keep what I'm going to say brief, but I do want to provide some information I think will be helpful. When we talk about mental illness, we utilize the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the DSM, currently DSM-5. And that's about 600-700 page manual that has a whole host of diagnoses in it. Clinically, oftentimes when we talk about a mental illness diagnosis, a major mental illness, what we're talking about are things like schizophrenia, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder. That's typically what we are referring to when we mean when we use the term mental illness. Within the DSM, however, there are other conditions such as personality disorders. Personality disorders like antisocial personality disorder, where people are sociopathic or psychopathic. Those, I guess, technically are a mental illness in the sense that they're within the DSM, but the really key delineating point here is that personality disorders, by and large, with really the exception of borderline personality disorder, which we're not talking about, personality disorders are not treatable mental illness conditions. What we're talking about are treatable, and I think what Attorney Voivodich is concerned about is treatable mental illness diagnoses. Riverview absolutely will be the place to go for those individuals. If the violence and aggression, at least how I see this, if the violence and aggression is due to that treatable mental illness, it's really when the violence and aggression is predatory in nature and it's due to a non-treatable mental illness and poses the potential for a high degree of lethality and dangerousness. That's really where I foresee this fitting in within the continuum as Dr. Bader and Dr. Thornell have discussed. So I just want to try to clarify that and hopefully assuage some of Attorney Voivodich's concerns. And just as a final note, I think that over the years, I've been at Riverview in my role for about 3 years, and there have been a number of individuals, for the purposes of maintaining confidentiality, I won't get into a lot of detail, but there have been a number of individuals who've come through our system over the years who've been extraordinarily violent and dangerous. People who, different population, but folks who've been have faced murder charges or elevated aggravated assault charges, who we have worked with and stabilized and gotten into the community. People who, in some cases, were at the hospital for a number of years or decades and are now safely living in the community. So I do want to distinguish that. It gets a little bit murky. I mean, these are complex issues for those of us who are clinically trained and have spent years or decades working in this field. And it can get a little bit hairy, I understand. And I do want to address that legitimate concern that Attorney Voivodich raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've got what we need for today. So I would like to make a motion to table.
Second.
Second. Representative Costain, second. There is no discussion on a tabling motion. We will call a roll call.
Sorry, I was muted. Video on and unmute, please, for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway is absent. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's 10 yes and 3 absent.
Senator, if you agree, I would like us to take up one that will be very quick because we have a member who let us know that he had to, LD.
I just closed this hearing.
Oh, excuse me.
I would like to close this hearing. This, jeepers, I forgot where the number was, but anyway, 769 is the hearing number. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
I'd like us to go to LD 271 next. I think it's going to take us a very short amount of time. If
Yes.
you'd be okay with that.
Right ahead. The next LD 271 is an act to recruit and retain Department of Corrections facilities support staff. And the sponsor is Representative Pluker.
I'm happy to move right into it, or if we want to hear Jane's report, that's fine too.
Yep.
Since the representative is asking us to ought not to pass and instead send a letter, would it be okay if we go right to the
yes.
representative?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me on that one. Ms. Overton, yes, we're gonna go, yeah. So Representative Pluker, we've had some discussions, and if you wanna make a suggestion, we'll decide on that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, for working with me. I have to run and get my daughter from school, and the snow's getting worse. What I'd like to move, if the committee is willing, is to write a letter to DOC and DAFs, asking them that they continue the negotiations this coming summer, which have already opened and which should be concluded by July. And especially take into account the market pay study that was just concluded in November 2020 has clear examples of certain positions that this bill would cover and being underpaid. And then have those departments report back to us in October 2021 so that the committee could take further action if necessary, if they haven't already dealt with it in bargaining. So basically just a letter encouraging bargaining to take place and taking into account the market pay study, which has already been concluded. Oh, you're on mute, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry if that's a motion, if.
I don't,
do that.
I think that if the committee feels okay with moving with writing the letter, then I would move I'd move ought not to pass if there's general agreement on that.
Okay, for me, it sounds like two different things. We'll vote on ought not to pass and then the discussion of a letter.
No,
Representative.
we'd like to have a discussion first, if that's okay with you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. May I go ahead?
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but before I think any of us want to make a motion, the representative really wanted to get a sense from his committee members. I know we've talked about it, but he wanted to hear from others about it, what they were thinking before we made a motion. And secondly, I just wanted folks who are new, both to the legislature and to this committee, to know that you will absolutely have a chance to see the letter that would be sent by this committee and to give feedback on the letter. And so what the representative is asking is, are you okay with, requesting, I guess that's the term that people like, the two departments to get working on this. It's my fourth term on this committee, and it's my fourth term working on this bill. So I support this, and that's what we're looking for.
Okay. Representative Pickett, you have a question?
No, I don't have a question, but to weigh in on this, I like this idea very much. I think as we work this bill, I think we're all coming up to the conclusion that with the unions involved and all the things there, that this really, the legislature was really not the place for doing this. That needs to be a real good conversation between the DOC and DAFs and those stakeholders there to go through the collective bargaining and things of that nature, where a lot of these contracts are coming up, to get this thing under control, take care of it. And hopefully they'll do a great job with it. And the report out will be that they've done something with it. But if not, we'll have another chance to take a look at it at that time. And I commend Representative Pluker for his work and his diligence on this bill. And I thank him for it. And I thank him for his willingness to take this course of action, which I personally think it would be the right thing to do.
Thank you, Representative Pickett.
Mine is somewhat of a question, Representative Pluker. I got stuck when you said you used the term bargaining. So I hear this two different ways. There's bargaining when the unions are bargaining for their contract. It's not one particular thing, it's everything, right?
Yes.
I think what I'm hearing you saying is you would like to send the letter to encourage the Department of Correction and DAF to somewhat negotiate or come to some agreement, because anybody who's worked in bargaining contracts, it's not even going to hit the table unless the state agrees to it. So
That's right.
You want Department of Corrections and DAF to negotiate in good faith that this would be an issue for the whole bargaining unit to be on their contract, right?
That's right. And the negotiations have opened.
Thank you. Thank you. So now I would entertain a motion, if we're all in agreement that that's the way to go. I've got Representative Branicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I'm mulling it over since you said it, Representative Fluker. Just a quick question. Something that you said was, we're going to ask them to put it in the beginning and talk about it. But then you made a comment, and I don't know, maybe I'm just taking it the wrong way. Basically, if you don't do something, we're going to bring it back and do something. Don't you think that takes it ties the state and DAFs and in the bargaining part of that, because you will bargain or we're going to do it for you. But I think it ties the hands. I mean, we're asked to do it, but if they don't do it and the other side, they can't agree on something, you're basically saying, well, that's all right, because they're going to get what they want anyway, because we're going to come back and deal with it. I just feel like you're tying hands by putting it quite that way. Am I hearing it that way?
I think that we could definitely work out the language that we could all agree to as a committee once the letter is being drafted, which Jane will probably draft it for us, and I'll work with her and we'll all have a chance to comment on it. But my intent is merely that there's a report back after the bargaining process to the committee. And so if the committee were to choose to take action at that time, then they could. So to me, the intent of the letter is saying, please take into account the study that was done, and it's the market study on compensation in your negotiating process, and then report back to us how it goes.
Okay, that sounds better. I've dealt with unions in the school board before, and I try to not get your hands tied there too much. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Representative Costain, followed by Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make the comment on, I think when DAFs was in and met with us on this bill originally, I think they pretty much asked us to let them do the negotiating and not get involved. So I think that's a good step forward for us to send a letter to them and say what Representative Pluke is asking. And basically, like we're gonna watch and see what happens to this, and nothing says we can't do something later, but give them the opportunity like they asked. I think that's good faith negotiating between the committee and DAF. So I think that's a good way to go. Thank you, Representative Pluka, for bringing it that way to us.
Thank you.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a comment, I just thought that you hit it on the nose, Senator DeChambeau, about the bargaining part. I'm kind of a little nervous about that because I don't want to get us into the bargaining piece. I think we should just say what we feel, that they should just strongly that they should try to work things out to help enhance the hiring and get more personnel and take care of the corrections people. So I just, that's what I'm hoping. I don't know.
I agree. I think we're on the right course. The commissioner has a responsibility to other members in the department. And again, the good term is bargaining in good faith. And the bargaining is really between what DAF can present in their market survey of wages, and the commissioner has to realistically look at that vis-a-vis the other members of the department. And I think these two administrators, and then they'll come back with something. I really suspect that. So do we need a motion to for the letter? Probably. Representative Pluker?
I was going to make a motion not to pass.
I see, I'm sorry, I missed a hand of Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have no objection to either seconding Representative Pluka's motion or making the motion and let him second. Either way, it doesn't make a difference to me.
We'll start with Representative Pluker and you can second it.
right.
Representative Fluker,
Not to pass with the understanding of, we'll draft a letter from the committee.
Seconded.
move and seconded. We'll have a vote.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckett,
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
thank you. Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Blucher,
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Steerway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
Thank you. That's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Well, on paper, that's going to look odd that we voted on not to pass for raises, but I'll make sure I get up and tell the rest of the story. So thank you.
Thank you very much to the committee for hearing me so I can go get my daughter now.
Okay. All right. Jeepers, I'm losing track here. So we did 769, 271. We're up to 782, an act to implement the recommendations of the Department of Corrections for certified batterers intervention programming. That's 782. Your hand is up, Representative Pickett. Thank you. And Jane? Oh. Jane, you're muted. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I wasn't talking.
I wasn't listening.
Okay. This is LD 782. It's a concept draft and it proposes to implement the recommendations of the Department of Corrections for improvement of the certified batterer intervention programming in Maine. And the bill has its foundations in a report from the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. And the recommendations, we could go to them. Deb, if you could scroll down, we can go straight to the recommendations. Keep going. Do you have something else? No.
No, that's it.
Do you
I
have
the
a
wrong-
draft? No. Can you go to the LD in the electronic files?
Give me a moment.
Did you say a graph, Ms. Overton?
No, a draft.
A draft. Oh,
the actual draft. And
Yeah,
I'm going to look too.
It was a concept draft when I submitted it, but what they're looking for is at the public hearing, I brought you the whole bill that is written
Right.
on behalf of the Coalition to End Domestic Violence and the Department of Corrections.
I'm not sure where to look, Jane.
Okay, I thought it would be posted. I got it.
as part of the testimony, maybe?
I thought it would be posted as part of the testimony,
Yeah.
but I found it.
I think I did too.
We'll see who gets here first. Here we go. Okay, so the amendment changes the wording from batterers intervention programs to domestic violence intervention programs. And that appears many times. And if you could scroll down in section 3, oh, it's me.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
No wonder
Deb?
you're not doing it.
Deb, while Jane is doing this, could you bring over Tess Mosier, Anna Black, and
Right.
Karen Wyman with us while she's doing this part? Thank you.
Yes.
And in section 3 of this amendment, it authorizes as part of a requirement for a defendant that they be ordered to complete a domestic violence intervention program. And it says the court may not order and the state may not pay for the person to attend the domestic violence intervention program unless the program is certified. There is a requirement for certification in the paragraph above that, in paragraph D, but the language has been changed slightly and it's been moved to D1. See that? Now, what follows are just the language change from batterers intervention to domestic violence intervention. And then in section 5 of the amendment, in 19A 4014 subsection 2, there is a direct statement that in a criminal proceeding which results in a court order that the person complete certified domestic violence intervention program. Within 7 days of the issuance of the order, the attorney for the state shall provide to the program in which the person has enrolled or will enroll the incident report submitted from the law enforcement agency submitted to the attorney for the state that is most relevant to the criminal proceeding, and they submit that to the program and authorizes the program to obtain that. And it also requires the attorney to send to the intervention program contact information for the victim in the criminal proceeding. And that you heard testimony about the fact that the current system of acquiring that information from the defendant is not working. And the section 6 allows disclosure to the domestic violence program or the domestic violence center serving in the same county. And in the last section of this, instead of saying that when practicable, the attorney for the state shall make a good faith effort to inform each victim. When practicable is deleted, and it says the attorney for the state shall make a good faith effort to inform each victim. And then there's a new F1 of the termination of probation pursuant to 18046. And I think 18046 is completion of the program, but I asked someone to correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's all I have.
Okay, anyone have any questions regarding that? Representative Pickett?
Yes, is Ms. Mosher here?
Yes, she is.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Mosher, if section 6 of the amendment, disclosure to the law enforcement or victim service agency, if that takes care of the issue that we always worry about, and that's the defendant getting the address of a victim. Does that take care of that for you?
Thank you, Representative Pickett. Yes, that is absolutely, I'm going to address that concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Recca?
Oh, you're on mute.
I think I was probably the person who asked the most questions at the hearing, and I'm satisfied with the answers I received, and I would like to make a motion ought to pass.
As
I'll
amended.
second it.
As amended, yes.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll have a vote.
Video on, and please unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren,
Yes.
Representative Morales,
Yes.
Representative Reckitt,
Yes.
Representative Lookner,
Yes.
Representative Pickett,
Yes.
Representative Costain,
Sorry, yes.
thank you. Representative Rudnicki,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Pluker, you're still with
Yes.
us? Thank you. Senator Lawrence is absent. I skipped Representative Sharp, I think he's absent. Senator Searway,
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau,
Yes.
that's 11 yes, 2 absent.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, so next up, we will go to, thank you, Ms. Mosier, Ms. Wyman, Ms. Black for being here. And next we'll go to LD 521, an act to modify the rulemaking process for establishing county and municipal jail standards. I know that we heard from Senator Baldacci that he will not be here today. I did see we had Commissioner Gordon with us earlier, but Jane, I'll let you kick us off when you're ready.
Okay. On this one, Deb, we have in the queue, an amendment to LD 521.
Got it?
Okay. This bill amends the laws governing the authority of the Commissioner of Corrections to establish standards for municipal and county jails and detention facility. And it requires all standards beginning November 1, 2021 to be adopted through the major substantive rulemaking process. And it requires the standards to be evidence-based, to minimize the imposition of additional costs, and to reflect best practices for the operation and administration of the jails. That is the original bill. Have you got the amendment, Deb?
Yes.
We can replace that with the amendment, because Senator Baldacci sent me an amendment to work on, and what it does is it takes out the major substantive rulemaking process. And here we go. Can you, on my screen, it's kind of little. Can you make it bigger?
Let me try something else. There it is. That better?
Slightly. Okay, so the changes are, instead of major substantive rules, they're all back to routine technical rules. He does retain that the rules must be evidence-based and must reflect best practices. But instead of saying that it must minimize the imposition of additional costs, it now says the rules must consider cost impacts. So the bill, if it passed, would require rules to be evidence-based, consider cost impacts, and reflect best practices for the operation and administration of the jails. Those are the three changes that it would make to the current law on rulemaking with regard to the jails. That's what I have.
Great, thank you, Jane. I'm going to start off with questions with Representative Reckitt.
Hi, I just want to make sure I understand what I think I now, after 2.5 terms, understand the difference between major substantive rules and the other ones. Is that routine technical stuff can be done, and it gets, I think it gets noticed to us on the relevant committee. But if it's major substantive, it ends up going to the legislature for itself for adoption. Is that true? Or have I got that screwed up somehow?
Now that's right. A routine technical rules goes through regular rulemaking process with the agency, and you get notice of it, and obviously, members of the public get notice in some way. Major substantive rules go through a more formal process with a resolve that the committee has to vote on, and the legislature, well, it doesn't have to. If you don't act, the rule goes into effect, but there is a process for the whole committee to be involved. The way a rule gets to be a major substantive rule is that the legislation that creates the rulemaking hangs that label on it in the legislation that it is major substantive. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bigger or more important rule. It just means the label was put on there when that rulemaking authority was granted by the legislature.
Thank you. Could I follow up, whoever's chairing? Is it true?
Yes, you may.
My other question is, these 3 additional things to take into account, is there some reason to believe they're not being taken into account now? I mean, it strikes me they're best practice, and I can't imagine that that DOC is not looking at these 3 things. So my question is this really necessary at all? That's my question. I don't know to who, maybe Ms. Blacks, and she's the department person on the hot seat right this minute.
Well, we do have Attorney Cohen, who is going to step in for Senator Baldacci today, and I do see Commissioner Liberty, so I don't know who
I don't
you'd
care
like
where
to
it
hear
comes from. I just want to know.
Okay. Since the amendment was written by, I assume, Attorney Cohen, do you want to hear from Attorney Cohen?
That'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jim Cohen. I'm with the Vera Law Firm and here on behalf of the Maine County Commissioners Association. And Representative Warren is correct. Worked with the sponsor, Senator Baldacci, and made a few changes to the bill. Really, what the final bill as amended, the benefit would be it would create a parallel structure between the jail standard authority in section 1208 and the same similar standards in section 1208B, that the phrase evidence-based and the phrase best practices would appear in both. And then if from a cost standpoint, we had originally proposed minimizing cost standards. And our concern there was because uniquely county jails are capped statutorily in terms of what they can spend for jails. And if the legislature were to adopt a standard, there'd be the mandate preamble. That was our thought process for saying minimize costs. But I think we heard a lot of testimony suggesting that that was inappropriate. So we changed it to say consider costs. We would expect the department would consider costs anyway, but we thought it'd be helpful to spell that out in statute. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was ready to make a motion, but I think I will wait to hear from, see what the response is from the Commissioner of DOC, and then I will make my motion.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This sounds like it could present a situation where they could boost the cost for the county. And I'm just kind of wondering how this all would work out if you're going by cost impact. I don't know how this, I mean, it sounds like it's already being done. I mean, and I don't know why we're doing this, but I guess that's what I want to hear. If Commissioner Liberty can explain that, why we would want to do this, what difference would it make? I guess that's the big question.
So you want to hear that from the commissioner?
Yes.
He did bring the bill. Okay. Commissioner Liberty, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. We do, in the rulemaking process, currently follow evidence-based practices. We always consider the cost to the counties, always attempting to minimize those, and we follow best practices. So this falls in line with what we're currently doing. Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
So, Attorney Cohen, a question for you. You're going to be able to tell that I didn't do my homework. Actually, I got this morning, so maybe I'll get a pass. I haven't read all of this. And so with the amendment made, could you let us know, let the committee know, what is the bill now proposing to do? What's the purpose of the bill?
Thank you, Representative. The basic purpose is that the jail standard setting authority of the Commissioner of Corrections is set forth in section 1208. And there's language about the health and well-being of prisoners. There's separate authority in section 1208B, which does reference evidence-based and best practices. So Commissioner Liberty is absolutely correct that they would follow those things. Really what this bill does is just create parallel structure between those two different sections, so that to the extent one section is used and not the other, it's still the same standard. And then, you know, we do not question whether the department considers costs, but technically it's not stated in statute. So this would remove any question about that. So that would be the purpose.
So basically doing the same thing that's being done now, but put it into statute? Sorry if that, I don't mean that to sound, I'm not understanding, obviously.
Yeah, so cost is not stated in statute. I think the commissioner stated that it is something that they consider. This would actually put it expressly into the statute as a consideration. And the evidence-based and best practices standard exists in one section of law, but does not exist in the other section of law. So this would just create parallel structure between the two different sections of law.
Got
So
it.
is
That
it,
helps.
is it hugely helpful? No, but is it incrementally helpful? Yes.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think looking at the amendment and my jail here in Oxford County, for example, they are in favor of this bill, and because in this committee, as we all know, seems like every year the county jails have had to come in and ask us for money to be able to run their jails. And that's why we have LR 967, I believe it is, that we're going to get out and going to work on and try to take care of that issue. And our goal is to give the jails what they need to operate and do it in a way where everybody has a certain part to play in that. So therefore, because of that, we have to be considerate, I think, of costs. We have to be considerate when a standard is made and it costs a jail, a county jail, that, you know, if it's going to be a standard, that has to be taken into consideration and seriously taken into consideration. And so when the negotiations take place or whatever when you're doing this, you need to be able to keep that flow of information back and forth. It has to be open and honest, and so that the standards that come out are well thought out. They're also at the same time there's input from the county jail, from the sheriffs, as well as the commissioner's office, who has the authority to come up with these standards. So, and I know that mostly happens, but there are times when it doesn't happen. And I've looked back and gone over and read over where the last time when we had these standards earlier this year, I looked through there and I seen where a lot of times there was objections by the county, or whether it was the county commissioners or whether it was a sheriff from the MSA, and they were told that it was a regular routine rule rather than the other type. And but there was other suggestions made during that time from other parties for different things that were taken into consideration in the rules, in the standards. And I'm not saying that to disparage the Commissioner of Corrections at all. I'm just saying that that's a reality that happened, that took place. I read that with my own eyes and seen that. Anybody can go back and look at that. So therefore, I think if it's very clear what needs to be done when these standards are being made and how they need to be done, and the working relationship between the DOC and the county jails is there, so that there's no question that they have to take consideration of cost. And when there are questions, they have to look through that. And these two things, kind of making the parallel structure, I think is an important piece. Consideration of cost is an important piece. And that being said, I think that to just make this a smoother, clearer picture and a smoother procedure, I'm going to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
We have a motion made by Representative Pickett and seconded by Representative Newman. Discussion on the motion. Senator Searway.
I don't know if a sheriff's listening in or not, but I just wanted to get their opinion, and also Commissioner Liberty, if I could hear his opinion, if this really makes any change at all. I don't know why we're putting this bill in. I don't understand it.
We'll hear from the commissioner, and then we're also being joined by Sheriff Mary.
Thank you, Senator Searway. This makes little difference to me. These are considered already. And as you're aware, I managed and helped in the management of the Kennebec County Jail and was president of the Maine Sheriffs and on the Board of Corrections. So I'm very well aware of fiscal impacts and how it can be challenging for the county jails to manage their finances. So I always consider fiscal impacts to county jails, follow evidence-based practices, and yeah, so it makes a little difference to me.
Thank you. Sheriff Mary, just wanted to see what you thought, if this amendment was okay, and if you really notice any differences this is going to make.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Joel Murray, Saginaw County Sheriff and past president of the Maine Sheriff's Association. We have discussed this bill in its original form and the amendment, and the sheriffs support the amendment as explained by Mr. Cohen. We would like, we believe that we're jails do follow best practices and always take that into consideration, evidence-based. But we are concerned about cost and cost containment. So adding language that would require the DOC to consider cost impacts is something that we feel is important and favorable.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, well, it sounds like everybody's in agreement then. So this should be pretty easy, at least everybody that's here. So Deb, could we do a roll call? The motion is ought to pass as amended.
Certainly. Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Oh, you're on mute, Lois. I mean, Representative Reckett.
Yeah, could you come back to me?
Yes. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Oh, you're on mute, Representative.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Yeah.
Was that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau. Oh, Senator DeChambeau's not here. Representative Reckett.
I'm a reluctant yes, because I don't think it's needed at all, but I'll vote yes to not mess the thing up.
Thank you.
That's a great team member.
3 absent.
Sorry, I interrupted that. Did you say 10 yes, 3 absent?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Great. Okay, so next up, let's move to LD 661, an act to ensure equity in petitions for rulemaking under the Maine Administrative Procedure Act.
Okay, LD 661. This bill requires the Department of Corrections to initiate appropriate rulemaking proceedings within 60 days of receiving a petition from 150 inmates or 25% of the total male or female population of a correctional facility, county, or municipal detention facility whichever is fewer being between the 150 inmates or the 25% of the total male or female. And if you could scroll down, Deb, you could take us to, here is the amendment proposed from the Department of Corrections and supported by Representative Talbot Ross, who I believe was a sponsor. Is that right? Yes.
Yes, and she here. Great, thank you.
Okay. And what it does is, instead of being the number being 150 inmates or 25% of the total male or female population, the language is changed to or 25% or more of the total number of males or females incarcerated in the facility. So if you scroll down, there's a similar change made in a separate section on petitions submitted by persons incarcerated. I think that's really it. I think the question really is whether it's 25% of the total numbers of males or females together, or whether it's 25% of the males or 25% of the females. Maybe I'm wrong. That's all I have.
Great. Thank you, Jane. Representative Reckitt.
Yeah, I'm still not quite clear now. I thought I was clear, but now I'm confused. The question in my mind is, are we talking about 25% of the, let's say it's the males at, God, I can't even remember the name of the prison. Anyway, in Wyndham, boy, I am tired. So it could be 25% of the inmates at Wyndham could put in a petition that would apply to Wyndham or would apply to the whole system? Or does it have, I'm just confused of 25% of what?
If you're asking me, that's what the whole bill is about. And right. I think that the sponsor and the Department of Corrections are in agreement. And my bet is the sheriffs are in agreement with them, but perhaps you'd like to speak with one of them.
Well, isn't it just a simple answer that it's 25% of the male or female in that particular facility?
That's my question. Okay. If
Right.
that's
and yes, that's the answer, that it is. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the commissioner if he's still here.
Okay, let's see. I know Ms. Black is here. Could we bring over Ms. Black and she can let us know if she's going to get the commissioner back, but she might be able to answer your question. Thank you, Ms. Black. There's a question for the commissioner. I didn't know if you wanted to bring him back or if you could answer the question. You want to hear what the question is?
Sure, please. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Costain, take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Black, for being here. So my concern is, I've spoken to a couple of the sheriffs, and my concern is, and hopefully you can answer this, and maybe even Representative Talbot Ross might have an answer as well. But so and this is just out to lunch question. So 25% of the population decides today we're going to have lobster every Friday. So they put a bill in, okay, and or come to you guys and say, we want lobster every Friday. Lobster's $8 a pound. Who's going to pick that tab up if they decide that's what they want to do? I think we're going down a slippery slope here with this. So that's why I'm asking this question.
And you asked the question of Ms. Black, right, Representative?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
No, thanks, Representative. That's not going to be an issue. And I think probably the sponsor would like to address that. I can certainly speak to how the department handles it, but I know that the sponsor spent a lot of time on this. And so I want to make sure I yield her the time to speak to it. But if not, please, I'll happily address it.
Yes,
Go ahead,
Representative, please.
No, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's wonderful to be back with the Criminal Justice Committee this afternoon. I'll just make it clear, this is about rulemaking. And so any rule that gets implemented, like lobster on Friday, has to go through a rulemaking process. So this bill doesn't say if 25% of the population decides they want lobster on Friday, they get it. It says 25% can petition for a hearing for the consideration of whatever it is that they're asking for a rule to be changed or added or deleted. This is the process to get to a hearing for whatever is being considered. This isn't making the decision by only having 25% of the people sign a petition. This is about a rulemaking process. So the reason for the bill, Representative, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk to you, is the current rule says that you need 150 signatures verified by the Secretary of State in order to initiate that process. Well, we don't have 150 women in any facility. So this particular part of the APA is actually a discriminatory component to the law, because women would never have the equal right to petition the department for consideration of a rule. So the impetus of this bill is it's a gender discrimination. We didn't intend this. And thank God we don't have 150 women in any facility, but women would never be able to access the petition process under the APA because there's not 150. So by assigning 25% or less, or 25% or 150, whichever is less, because 25% in the Maine State Prison is less than, it would be more than 150. So it's whatever is the fewer, either 150 signatures if you're in a large facility or 25% if you're in a small facility, and it just initiates the rule process. The only other change is in the current APA, those signatures have to be verified by the Secretary of State's office. In this version that the department has put forward, they would just have to collect the signatures and move that forward. We're still talking about a process, though, Representative.
Okay, follow up, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay, that was my understanding originally with the bill, and then I had talked to a couple sheriffs and they said, and we actually talked about it in caucus, feeling that they're the ones that were gonna make it. I'm clear on this now. And that's what originally I thought it was. So thank you for clarifying it.
Thank you, Representative, because I did participate in the public hearing and I heard all of the confusion by the Sheriff's Association. This is not that people get to ask for something and they immediately get it. This is about the Administrative Procedures Act, which is a process like any other kind of rulemaking. This is just signatures so folks can get a hearing.
And then it can be brought into the, follow up.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so it can be brought back in to the commissioner, whoever, for a hearing, and then the decision will be made from that hearing, not from the inmates. Correct?
That is absolutely correct. This is a carve out, and I must just make one other thing clear. We're not talking. This does not impact all of the APA. This doesn't impact rulemaking in DHHS. This is a carve out for the Department of Corrections only in the APA to accommodate the fact that there aren't 150 women in any given facility, and they would never be able to gather themselves and petition for a rulemaking hearing, which then, as you all know, you've been talking about it today as well, then the hearing kicks in, and that's the process for consideration.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Pickett and then Representative Reckett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As Sheriff, yes, I see Sheriff Mary's still here. I wanted to ask him in section 2 of the amendment where it deals with jails. Does this amendment solve the problem the jails were having with this originally?
Thank you very much, Representative. I appreciate the question. I appreciate be here today to speak to you all about that. And there was some confusion before that. And this is sometimes what happens when you don't have. We understand the process for making legislation, and sometimes you get a change in a statute, and it references another part of the statute. And in this particular case, it's very, very important to go back to subparagraph 3 in the statute, Title 5, Section 8055, and you look at that, and that is exactly what the bill sponsor is talking about. It's the part that kicks off the process for rulemaking, and all subsections 4 and 5 do. The proposed law is just makes it more applicable to a minority of inmates, and we can support that because we understand how the rulemaking process. We have a better understanding now how that rulemaking process works with the department, and feel we can work with the department on that. If there was objections to the lobster on Friday, for example, because of the cost considerations, that would still be vetted at a later time, and we'd have an opportunity to answer that question and work with the commissioner before any such rules were actually put in place or adopted. I hope that clarifies your question, Representative.
Yes, it does, sir. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to make sure that you folks had a chance to respond directly on it, because I think this is something that does need to be taken care of, but I just wanted to make sure that all the stakeholders had a chance to weigh in on it.
Thank you.
Representative Reckett.
I'd like to move ought to pass.
As amended?
As amended, right.
Thank you, Representative. We have
I'll
a motion.
second that.
Great. We have a motion on the floor, ought to pass as amended by Representative Reckett, seconded by Representative Pickett. Any more discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, Deb can call the roll. Thank you, Deb.
Certainly. Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costin.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki. Did we lose Representative Rudnicki? Okay.
Maybe circle back.
Yes. Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau is absent. Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
11 yes and 2 absent.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you. Great. Okay, so we have one more bill to go. LD 476. Representative Morales, do I have the number correct? Okay.
Yeah.
476, and Representative Morales has an update for us. You'll remember that I think we heard from Jane at our first work session. So Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, on LD 476, you'll remember this was an act to provide licensed assisted living and nursing facilities level of care for incarcerated persons. We had a hearing on this, a number of folks testifying, and the commissioner and I and Anna Black and the warden from Mountain View and Jan Collins from Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition met on Thursday. A group had previously met. I couldn't meet with them the prior week. And what we talked about was working together to see what we could come up with in policy so that we can do better by those inmates, those residents of our department that are in need of end-of-life care. And the department represented that they're having an inspection done shortly by Department of Health and Human Services in the upcoming month to take a look at the facility, and that they have a desire to work together with us on a monthly basis moving forward to figure this out together. And I agree with that. I think that's a really good approach. We're not there yet, and I think there's a lot of information that we still have to know. So I do appreciate the department's willingness to work together on this. And so given that, I would like to ask this committee to carry this bill over. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Representative. And as I think you all are aware, we have gotten guidance from the Executive Director of the Legislature that we are authorized to carry over 12 bills. So far, we have agreed to carry over one. And we've been speaking about another one, but we've not taken any official action. So I would agree with Representative Morales, and just to get, well, before we have a motion, let's make sure we've got support. So anybody struggling with that idea of carrying this bill over? Okay. So I'd entertain a motion. I'll make a motion. I move that we carry over this bill LD 476.
Second.
And Deb, do you want to call the roll?
Certainly. Just a sec.
Thank you.
Video on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Rackett.
Yes.
Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
That's 10 yes, 3 absent.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Sheriff Mary. Great. So that's it for this week. Jane, anything for us?
Nope.
All good? Yes, Representative Rudnicki.
Just wondered, do we know how many bills we have left?
A lot. We'll send you, Richard and Susan and I sent him the proposed calendar just so we can get an idea of what our thoughts are around carryovers. And then let us have that discussion. We'll send you the entire list of everything we have in our possession up till this point.
Are there many left outstanding?
We have a bunch that we don't even have from revisers yet.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Oh, but let me answer your
Thank
question better, Representative. I think I understand what you're asking. Everything that we have in our possession, we've either publicly scheduled or we have put on our calendar that I have forwarded to Richard. And we'll have that conversation about what we're kind of thinking. We really don't want to schedule things from this point on that we're then going to carry over. There's no need to have a public hearing now and a work session a year from now. So we'll make sure you have that number, but off the top of my head, I don't have the exact number of how many bills we have left in our possession.
Thank you.
Sure. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we got to be mindful too of the memo we got from the presiding officers in regards to prioritizing committee work and all of those kind of things, and taking bills that are similar in nature and trying to maybe come up with working one bill, incorporated those kind of things. And I think as we move forward, as a conversation that you and I had earlier, hopefully we can do more of that, and that will hopefully at least streamline our job and maybe help us to get through a little sooner than maybe if we tried to have 15 public hearings on the same type of bill, that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. So take a look at that calendar I sent you, Richard, because that's going to give us a good sort of way of doing that. Other questions, thoughts, ideas, complaints? Okay, everyone, have a great weekend. Be patriots on Monday, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Stay out of the hot sun.
Thanks, all. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Deb.